want some music? Is that what you thought? I have to go from YouTube, which has ads in it. I don't have any music on the computer. But you have access to internet here? Probably. Let's try it. Because there is a
It's the Tulaninen, Tulaska. And it was 7654330. Okay, yeah.
Let's see if I
Yeah.
question is just whether this is just some blood. Let's see, John Age. Shall we go with lawn playlist? All of his interludes and sonatas. Yeah? Does that sound good?
Earvoltiku kirsiaeg on alanud.
The timetable? Okay, sure. Sure. Yes, just send it maybe to my email.
I'll share it with you.
No, it's these sonatas for interlude and interludes. So just piano, prepared piano. I can turn it up.
Yeah, well, it depends how it gets presented. Let's see from the mixing test.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, here it's also quite.
Yeah.
Let's do something that goes better to the 0 point. You can see from that.
Sure. Well, I'm all playing which channel am I? Actually quiet. That's all the way up.
This was what okay, well, it's almost went to 0, like minus 4 or 5 or something.
Okay.
So I think that's fine. So also from the mixing test about the you can read it now. The idea is that also for the spoken voice, one should see that, you know, it's early here, then is this goes straight, and this is but you know, this is possibly if we turn the massive down.
Yeah, but I guess I don't need
Something like this would be.
But the mic is which one? Oh, one of these is the mic. Yeah, the first channel. Okay. Okay, it's also okay. Yeah. Oh, you sent me it? Google Drive. Wait.
Airbalticu kirsiaeg on alanud. Otsi soodsaimaid
2. Oh, that is a gain also. Gain is good. Gain is good. Gain is good. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Tere päevast, tere hommikust. Mul on väga hea meel, et me oleme siin täna kokku saanud nii varajasel hommikutunnil nädalavahetusel, et teha pisut Eesti muusika ajalugu. So, hello everybody and welcome at this early hour on Saturday. I think we are making Estonian music history here today. Miks ma nii ütlen, on sellepärast, et see on ametlikult esimene Eesti Nüüdismuusika Keskuse korraldatav üritus. So why I'm saying that is that it's because this is officially the very first event organized by Estonian Center of Contemporary Music. Lühidalt see keskus siis on selline organisatsioon, mis on kutsutud kokku ühendamaks Eesti nüüdismuusika siis tegijaid, aga organisatsioone. Et hetkel on meie liikmed siis Eesti Heliloojate Liit, Ansambel U, Tallinna uue muusikaansambel, Ansambel Üksus, Improtest, Eesti Elektroonilise Muusika Selts. Ja meil on veel plaan kutsuda juurde organisatsioone. So at this point, Estonian Contemporary Music Center is a membership of Estonian Composers Union, Ensemble U, Contemporary Music Ensemble, Ensemble U, Tallinn New Music Ensemble, Üksus, Estonian Electronic Music Society and Improtest. So, selle eesmärk, selle keskuse eesmärk on tõesti see, et mitte niivõrd siis kuidagi koordineerida seda nüüdismuusika tegevust, või pigem, et me saaksime nagu ühe laua taga kokku ja tekiks nagu mingi sünergia sellest meie mõttevahetusest ja ehk siis nagu nende ühiste mõttetalgute või mõttevahetuste tulemusena siis sünnib veelgi selliseid üritusi nagu täna. So the purpose of this center is to unite these organizations, these people working on this field of contemporary music in Estonia, so that we hope to create some kind of like a synergy of this from this round table, so we could exchange some ideas and maybe create similar events like we will have today and tomorrow. Aga nüüd, et tänane ja homne üritus on siis pühendatud John Cage'i loomingule. Meil on ettekanded ja ka muusikalised etteasted. See kava on hõlpsasti jälgitav siis Facebooki sellel saidil, mis on siis Estonian Contemporary Music Center website siis praegu seisuma. So the conference now today and tomorrow is dedicated to John Cage, and the program you can follow it in the Facebook on this website of the Estonian Contemporary Music Center. Need, kes vaatavad meid internetis praegu, siis mul on teist kahju, et te jäite ilma meie kohvist ja hommiku snäkkidest, aga te olete endiselt teretulnud ühinema meile päeva jooksul täna ja ka homme, et meil on siin olnud päris tore juba. So I would invite you to join into Mustpeade Maja, the place where we are actually doing it today and tomorrow, so we have these nice coffee table discussions also as well, but if you can't, you're most welcome to follow us via YouTube channel. We have a question. Yes. Nii, olgu nii, aga mul on veel üks teadaanne, et lisaks sellele konverentsile Is John Cage Dead, kas John Cage on surnud, on ka üks tähelepanuväärne sündmus homme õhtul kell 7 Estonia kontserdisaalis ja seal siis on kontsert, kus esinevad Eesti Elektroonilise Muusika Seltsi ansambel ja ansambel U ja on selline ülevaatekontsert siis John Cage'i loomingust. Ja lisaks veel on seal siis ka Kopeko tudengid koos siis Tallinna Ülikooli koreograafia õppetooli tudengitega tegemas ka sellist üllatusesinemist. So, in addition to the conference, I would just make a small add that you're most welcome to join us also tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the evening after the conference in the Estonian concert hall to see the concert performed by Ensemble U and Estonian Electronic Music Society and also guests from Kopeko Master Program students performing together with Tallinn University Choreography Department dance students. Aga nüüd täna läheksime kohe ettekannete juurde ja mul on väga hea meel, et selle konverentsi avab hea sõber, Theodore Lee Parker, teemal Cage and Improvisation. So I'm very glad that this conference will be opened by a good friend, Theodore Lee Parker, and he will be talking about the complicated relationships between Cage and improvisation. Head kuulamist.
Thank you, Taavi. Are you clapping for him or me? So, I think it's a great idea to start off this conference with this troubled relationship Cage has with improvisation, because it seems nowadays Cage is treated as a kind of a very stable figure, that we know what he was as an artist and we know what he intended. But actually, when you start to peel back the layers of the things he said throughout his life, the picture becomes quite a bit more confusing. So this idea of Cage and his relationship to chance methods, and are these chance methods improvisation, or can improvisation be thought of as a version of chance methods? This is a kind of unresolved relationship where in the beginning it was no, in the middle it was maybe yes, and in the end it was yes. So it's not particularly clear what his real thoughts were on this issue. I think one of the original reasons this is a problem in Cage's universe is because if we think about North America in the early mid and 20th century, improvisation meant jazz, jazz meant improvisation. In fact, even nowadays, if I ask my brother what is improvisation, he would say jazz. My brother's only 42 years old. So in North America, there's still this kind of confusion about separating improvisation from the field of jazz. Now, of course, Cage was not a stupid man. He understood that these can be considered different things, but he was also wise enough to understand that often if someone questioned him in an interview with the word improvisation, they might be accidentally making a relationship between jazz and his music, and this is something he wanted to avoid. It also should be mentioned that jazz was not obviously considered... There is some feedback coming. Maybe I turn it down? Is that better? Yeah? Oh, it's still there? Okay. It's a little bit better. All right. So, jazz was also, for a long time, not until maybe the 80s, considered a high art form or considered serious music. We could also talk about Cage's complicated relationship with jazz, because there was a period of time where, if you look at some quotes, it appeared that he might have actually liked jazz secretly. And he's known to kind of visit some jam sessions and be kind of partying in front of jazz bands, and so there's a confusing issue there. But he certainly would have known that relating his music with jazz might give it a kind of shade of not being serious art music, and this is definitely something he wanted to achieve. So anytime he's asked these questions about improvisation or jazz, it seems to me that he tries to kind of tiptoe around the issue, because not necessarily because of what he really thinks, but because of the way he might be interpreted. Certainly would have an influence on him. But if we look at the beginning, some people look at his 1930s era as being a kind of era where he endorsed improvisation. The reason being is that at the time he had been studying with Schoenberg, he deeply admired Schoenberg, he admired the system that Schoenberg had created, dataquophony, but he really didn't like the sonic result, is what he said. He didn't like how it sounded. He admired the system very much. And he still had this goal of thinking about music as something that can be expressive or communicative. And he's even quoted quite sadly later in life that every time he sat down to try to write some expressive music, everybody just laughed at him. It is quite a sad story for early John Cage. So he started to use improvisation as a kind of compositional method. So he would improvise something and try to write it down. There's not many scores available. Actually, there isn't any available from this period of time. Now, I don't think this should be taken as a kind of endorsement of improvisation in Cage's world, actually. I think he was simply using improvisation to try to get out of the types of systems he had been studying with Schoenberg. He was also working with dancers already by the mid-30s. Improvisation was a very common strategy among modern dance for how to structure your material and design a piece. So he might have just been kind of imitating using improvisation as a way to create his compositions, not necessarily thinking about improvisation as something that we put on the stage and we present as an art form in and of its own right. So by the 40s is when things actually really started to change for Cage. This is his kind of first period of notoriety. He started to write percussive music in the early 1940s, and it's when he developed this kind of famous compositional framework, as he calls it: structure, method, material, and form. And so we have the definitions as he put them: time divisions of the whole, note-to-note procedures, materials the sound itself, and form is the morphological line of sound continuity. The most important word, I think, for Cage in this kind of framework is the idea of structure. And he wasn't always very clear about it. If you look at his compositions of percussion music at the time, they're very clear. He developed a kind of micro-macro way of structuring a composition so that the large form of the composition, time structure-wise, can be mirrored in, let's say, one measure or two measures. So there's a kind of parallel there. And he thought, the reason he thought this way was that he felt up until the early 20th century, all music was created, all the structure of music was created by the harmonic system. And he thought that we could take that away and actually replace it with creating a system that is based on time durations. So instead of thinking about the relationships between pitch, we would think about the relationships of things that happen in time. That was his main goal. I don't believe he ever achieved a full theory of how that structure would work or how it would look, but that was his idea at the time. Now, what's interesting in relationship to improvisation here is he says that the aspect of method, material, and form, those can be improvised on the stage. Structure cannot be improvised on the stage. This was not something that you could improvise in the real time. If we think about it in terms of the harmonic system which he's trying to break, it becomes a little bit more understandable what he's trying to say. So the harmonic system needs to be in place for me to sit down and to start to improvise inside of some sort of system, which I understand and the others understand. He thought that the same problem would exist for dealing with time structures. Now, when he started, in his own compositions, he's very strict about how this term is used. But when he starts to talk about other fields, it gets a little bit more blurry. And he has this kind of whopper of a quote: "Methods of writing percussion music have as their goal a rhythmic structure of a composition. As soon as these methods are crystallized into one of several key accepted methods, the means will exist for group improvisations of unwritten but culturally important music." This was published later in '61, but he said it much sooner than that. So, and actually in the same interview, he goes on to say jazz music is an example of this, Indian music is an example of this. So he seems to think of the idea of kind of structure being something which quasi-relates to a rhythmic language. That's a kind of idea of dealing with the time that we all share in a certain way. So for him, the word structure kind of means this. In the jazz field, at the same time, the word rhythmic language was used very commonly, and how to develop the rhythmic language inside of jazz. Jazz at that point already had a clear rhythmic identity. Its swaying had motifs, certain licks, syncopations which repeated almost in every version of an improvisation. You could find these sorts of characteristics. So Cage was kind of referencing the idea that improvisation is okay. It can be culturally relevant if the kind of structure has been developed, if the rhythmic language has been developed. We all understand what it is and we all share it. But then things drastically changed by the early 1950s. Of course, the famous 4 minutes and 33 seconds, it was published in 52, but the conception of the piece actually happened already 47, 48 roughly. And this idea of chance methods, I'll get into some examples as we go along, but the main kind of our aesthetic point is that at this point, Cage rejects the idea of artistic self-expression, that I as an artist have something to say, I put it in my music, it goes to you and you receive that music. He rejects this idea. He rejects the idea of the composer's intentions, that the composer would sit down and structure music in a specific way with a specific intention in mind. He rejects this idea. And he begins applying these different types of chance methods to the compositional framework. And he's really into this idea of the unintentional or the irrational control. In fact, this breaking rational is one of his kind of favorite ways that keeps with him the rest of his life, breaking the idea of the rational. So the immediate question that came up pretty early on was, is indeterminacy improvisation? Is if I step on the stage and I start to improvise for you, is this indeterminacy? Is this related to chance? And Cage was pretty categorical about this, at least in his interviews. Absolutely not. Improvisation is something I want to avoid. Most people who improvise slip back into their likes and dislikes and their memory, and they don't arrive at any revelation that they are not aware of. Now, this is an interesting quote if you keep in mind the backdrop of what the word improvisation meant in the 1950s. It meant jazz. The only real popular music that included improvisation was jazz. And jazz, by and large, could be defined in the 1950s the way Cage puts it. It focuses on the preferences of the individual artist. Jazz musicians spend hours practicing licks and scales and creating autonomy inside of their fingers so that when they step on stage they can just rip, and there isn't a kind of chance operation involved at all. And they don't arrive at something they aren't aware of, meaning that while they're improvising, they don't discover something. There's no new discovery going on inside of a jazz improvisation. So again, we have to keep in mind that though Cage is stating that he wants to avoid improvisation, he might be stating that because of the connotations of what improvisation meant at the time. He may have had a kind of meta idea of what improvisation meant, but there wasn't a lot of people who had this idea. So maybe he was just being very careful at the time. So I want to go through actually a couple of different pieces of his and talk about where can we see improvisation or where do we see no improvisation, and try to see it through his eyes, as well as some of the problems that I think he created in attempting to do what he was doing. So one of the first pieces he created using chance methods was a 16 Dances. It was in collaboration with Merce Cunningham. And they had a typical way of working. They would decide on kind of the durations of certain sections, and then they would just go their own ways, fill the section with whatever they wanted, and then put everything back together. So they weren't highly collaborative, actually. They would just agree on the rough form to begin with. And they already had two different ways of working for this piece. Merce had decided he was studying movement from North India, and he wanted to kind of explore the emotional expression that was embodied in this North Indian movements. And so he started to work very intuitively, emotionally, and he even said to Cage that he wanted something that was emotional in the end. But Cage said, no, I'm going to work with chance. And he created a kind of 8x8 kind of looking chessboard thing, and where each square is, there's a sound located inside of the square. And then in order to decide which sounds would go in order for the piece, he would imitate chessboard movements or concentric circles around the chess piece movement, so that the sound was organized completely systematically. This was a systematic way of doing stuff. This is clearly not improvisation. He's just following the procedure that he's laid out for himself. And in doing so, he's, another key term of Cage, he suppresses his ego, his desire to kind of control the sounds. Now, why to bring this piece up specifically is because of what he said many years earlier inside of an interview. One interviewer, as often happened with Cage, was trying to kind of suggest that maybe Cage is massively irresponsible. He just makes these kind of games, and then he follows these games, and then the output is this composition, and isn't this irresponsible? And Cage has a very interesting response to this. He says, but if the work I was doing in a state of irresponsibility was accepted, my apologies, was accepted by someone who commissioned the work as expressive, that would mean chance had become perfectly possible without demeaning anyone's honor. So what Cage is saying here is that, oh, if I create something through these random chance processes and you find it expressive, then I've been successful, actually. He thinks of that as a success. And for me, from an improviser's perspective, that's a really kind of strange thing to say, because we have to think about the listener's position in terms of improvisation as well. So he comes dangerously close to saying what some of his followers would say later on, which was the idea that the listener's interpretation, the expressivity, is actually projected on to the sound. He's just giving it to you, and you project the expression onto it. And maybe this is a bit more of a Kosametz thing, but maybe the structure of the piece also operates the same way, that my mind projects onto the music, the structure, whether the composer put it there or not. In improvisation, I would say in the last 20 years, about 30 years, one major discussion is what is the position of an audience in relationship to an improvisation? What is the audience doing when they listen to an improvisation? And there's quite many different views on this, but one prominent view, which is from George Lewis, that the listeners to improvised music improvise as well. And in doing so, they employ the notion of improvisation in the aesthetics of reception, as opposed to its more usual employment in the aesthetics of production. So what he means, the aesthetics of production are, I make an improvisation for you. But what if we talk about how you listen to this improvisation? Are you improvising as well? Is your listening also improvising? So Cage is against improvisation, me doing it, but what about the position of the audience, actually? Are they allowed to kind of improvise in response to hearing his chance operations? So there's another kind of fuzzy line that comes up with Cage, at least one of the first fuzzy lines about Cage in relationship to this idea of improvisation. He also was often walking the line in a very confusing way when speaking about indeterminacy. This is one of many quotes that even for me could cause confusion. The composition is necessarily experimental. An experimental action is one in which the outcome is not foreseen. Being unforeseen, this action is not concerned with its excuse. He probably means like reason there. Like the land, like the air, it needs none. The performance of a composition which is indeterminate of its performance is necessarily unique. It cannot be repeated. When performed for a second time, the outcome is other than it was. Nothing, therefore, is accomplished by such a performance. The performance cannot be grasped as an object of time. This fits perfectly fine in his kind of ontology about how he defines chance. But the problem is an improviser might say exactly the same thing. They might use exactly the same words here. Unforeseen, not concerned with its purposeful reason, is indeterminate of the performance and is necessarily unique. That's a common thing, that every improvisation is a unique occurrence. cannot be performed a second time, cannot be repeated, and is not an object of time, meaning actually one of the researcher now has found that a lot of jazz improvisers in the 40s and 50s hated recording. They didn't want to record at all because they thought, why would you record an improvisation? It happens in the moment, it's gone in the moment. But they kind of felt the pressure in order to get work, they had to do the recordings in order to get promoted to have the gigs. So there was a friction in jazz also about this idea of looking at music as an object that you can hold in your hands. So these types of quotes lead to more confusion about the issue of is chance and improvisation related in any particular way. But if we compare what Cage is saying to the field of jazz, and we don't worry too much about the idea of improvisation in a kind of meta sense, but just the field of jazz, we can say that definitely Cage was thinking about something else. These are two different things. So jazz has different concerns than Cage's chance music. No ego in chance music, no communication. I'm not attempting communication. I'm not attempting my personal expression. I'm not trying to give some sort of unique version of myself to you. It's non-intentional and is the situation, describes the situation as it happens. Jazz is completely the opposite in almost every category there. Jazz is concerned with the identity of the individual or the identity of the group. It still is by and large to this day. We talk about how a person plays and the way they manage dealing with the real time and what is special about it. Jazz is concerned with communication, specifically communication between the players. They often are trying to kind of show each other what they're doing in some sort of way. You are responsible for developing a personal voice. You have to have an individual perspective. So it's not just that you offer your ego, but your ego needs to be special when you offer it as well. It's definitely intentional, and most importantly, especially improvisation of the 1950s, is descriptive of the performer. I'm not just listening to this person improvising, I'm also thinking about that person's way of doing it. It describes how they deal with the real time as compared to somebody else. This is completely different than what Cage wanted, where the sound is actually just in the situation and is not descriptive of anybody in particular. So in the early days of chance, Cage was actually just using chance procedures to develop the composition. The composition would still come out as a unique one sort of thing. Later on, he finally started to try to include indeterminacy through a performer's choice. So in many of your scores that you will see from Cage as a performer, some element of choice will be left up to you, the performer. You have to make a decision regarding it. And actually, I think it's really useful to look at one score just to kind of articulate. This is one of the more simple examples that Cage uses in giving freedom to... Yes, and it will also be on the concert tomorrow, yes. Another endorsement for the concert, yes. So this piece is called Radio Music. It's for 1 to 6 players. They each have a radio. And that's what this list is. These are all radio stations that you have to go through as a player. And so let's read what his instructions are. So part A of Radio Music, to be played alone or in combination with parts B through H. In 4 sections, 1 through 4, to be programmed by the player with or without silence. So you can have silence in between these Roman numerals if you want. Okay, that's one decision you can make. With or without these silences, the 4 to take place within a total time length of 6 minutes. So 6 minutes is it. No, not after 6 minutes, the piece is over. 6 minutes is the set frame. Okay, duration of the individual tunings is free. So he means how long you stay on each one of these radio stations is up to you. He doesn't give a rule for this. Each tuning to be expressed by maximum amplitude. A line indicates silence obtained by reducing amplitude approximately to 0. So all these lines you should be silent for. And before beginning to play, turn radio on with amplitude near 0. So when I, as an improviser, would have seen this score maybe 10 years ago, my approach would have been immediately this. I would have had my radio, I would have put it on at 105, I would have listened to the sound, and I would have really thought about, okay, now's the time to switch to the silence. And then I would have listened to the silence, and then I would have waited, okay, now's the time to switch to 125, okay? And I wouldn't have went through the whole piece like this. This would be my approach to this, but in Cage does not specify that this is not allowed. He doesn't specify that this is not allowed, but I'm fairly certain it's not what he wanted. Actually, he would have preferred that I suppress my ego and I go through the list as I want. 105, silence, 125, 55, silence, 91. And sometimes, in some of his scores, I think he's actually quite clever at creating a situation where you actually have to suppress your ego. And this is one of those cases, because if you actually try to be artistic about deciding the time switches between each one of these radio stations, you run out of time. You get to about 4.5 minutes and you have a whole column left, and now you have to get through all of the radios, and now it's completely aleatoric, actually. You have no ego in the situation. So in some cases, I think he's not necessarily great at describing what he really wants the performer to do in the interpretation of this kind of freedom, but he does embed it somehow in the actual playing of the score. Unfortunately, this was not always the case. So he has some quite many historically bad examples where things go very, very wrong. And we're just going to take a look at one of them, Concert for Piano and Orchestra. So this is a kind of composition. It's actually 53 loose pages. And inside each page is a kind of musical gesture or musical notation for you to play. Each page could include traditional notations, graphic notations, traditional notation into graphic notation, and the performer is given instructions for how to interpret the notation. And in this particular piece, it's actually quite complex, but there is some freedom allotted to the performer in the interpretation of the notation and in the time. The time it takes to get through each musical gesture is decided by the performer, and also the order of the musical cells. It is a flexible ensemble size, so you can have a full orchestra or a smaller ensemble. And I believe that the idea in Cage's mind that the performer would prepare the performance score in advance. So there is freedom specified, but you're supposed to take that freedom before the stage, actually. So what happened? Well, in the New York premiere, Cage thought he would be very, very clever. He thought, okay, I want the people to have a more kind of open understanding of interpreting the notation on a page. So he thought the best way to do that would be to hire at least some people who had a familiarity with jazz. He had this idea that, oh, jazz musicians, they get the melody, but then they play it however they want. And I want someone who kind of understands that relationship to notation. He very massively misunderstands what jazz musicians actually do. Yeah. Okay. He actually meets with them individually to kind of help them go through some of the more extended techniques that are located in the score. And then on the premiere, as Cage puts it, there's actually some people who disagree with him. He says the orchestra starts to improvise on the stage, outside of his specifications for the score, bringing their idea of what kind of improvisation is onto the stage. And he was very disappointed by this. But I can kind of see how this problem got started, because one thing that is not true about jazz musicians, well, I still think I'm a jazz musician. I don't look at the score and think I try to find the singular interpretation that runs through the whole piece. It's not that I see a staccato and it means the same thing every time I see the staccato. Actually, when I interpret a melody inside of jazz, I might change my total understanding every 4 bars. I might approach everything slightly differently. And I think Cage was under the understanding that they would have this interpretation and it would remain stable through reading the notation. This is not how a jazz musician operates at all, actually. So this was a point of confusion, and I think is actually his fault. The same thing happened in Cologne. He was very disappointed, saying that people started to improvise on stage, and he famously got drunk for the concert and was saying quite loudly that, "Oh, God help them, they know not what they do." So he was very disappointed by this, actually. Yeah. But there's, again, this gets more complicated. Just with this particular piece, Cage had a very well-known relationship with David Tudor. They worked together for many years. It was Tudor who kind of, I would say, really designed the perfect approach to Cage, that you would actually kind of try to figure out Cage's scores in a Cagean way, instead of thinking the freedom was somehow assigned to you to decide. And there's even some weird examples in history where maybe some things were actually written by Tudor, or some suggestions that became well known were actually Tudor's. But in this particular performance, there's some interesting observations that have been made. This is a quote about Tudor's behavior in the New York premiere. So he was plucking and punching the strings more often than he was striking the keys. Okay, probably that's normal in a conventional way. Toward the end, he jiggled a slinky. A slinky is this children's toy that you put and it walks down the stairs on its own. Yeah, so he was doing that with the slinky. Probably the same thing we all do when we pick up one the first time. Other evidence suggests that Tudor was, at least at one point, underneath the piano on his hands and knees. Very few of these actions are directly suggested by the notations, but Cage's ear was never directed at Tudor. So does this suggest that Tudor was allowed to improvise, but nobody else? Or did Tudor have a way of improvising which Cage thought, yeah, he understands me and knows what I want and it passes through him? Or was he just so good friends with Tudor that he didn't want to say, hey, don't do that. I don't like that very much. So Feldman said he was in attendance at Brown. He was in attendance at the concert, and he was making this observation in the same way. He thought that when Cage thought, when he started doing chance music, that everyone was going to be David Tudor. David could dress up in a white tails, blow a duck whistle, and pour water into a saucepan in the most elegant way imaginable. So he likes the way Tudor does stuff. Elegance, yes, elegance. So, but when you put the piece, he means, in front of the Cologne Radio Orchestra, they all clown it up. They don't know how to take this music. They don't know what to do with this music, so they don't take it seriously. And they're embarrassed, and they don't know how to be free with honor. Yeah, this is going to become another problem. What does free mean? Free with honor. So he was incensed, but he wouldn't say don't do it. He was so devoted to this so-called letting everyone do what they want to do, and then he'd be very disappointed that they were not noble. David was always noble, and John thought an orchestra was going to act like 75 David Tudors. So there's a few problems, actually. One is, of course, what I said, is David Tudor allowed to improvise, but nobody else is allowed to improvise. But then there's this problem of, well, maybe Cage was against improvisation because every time he gave the freedom to these performers, which were not David Tudor, they kind of didn't take it seriously. And they kind of messed around a little bit and didn't really get into what he was trying to do. And so he kind of thought, okay, this improvisation's got to go because it messes up the kind of situation that he's trying to create. So Cage reflected on both those concerts and said, by the way, there was many more failures after this. That's just one. He said, I must find a way to let people be free without their becoming foolish, so that their freedom will make them noble. Okay, so this means that if I somehow can read between the lines while interpreting Cage and suppress my egotistical response improvisatory, I achieve what Cage calls noble freedom. This is a strange concept. It sounds almost kind of maniacal in a way, that you're only free when I tell you you're free, and then you are free. Okay? So Cage was struggling with this, clearly. He by the mid-60s, things got more complicated in his relationship to improvisation. He was invited by the ECCM, which was a group of young African Americans in Chicago who got interested in trying to incorporate contemporary music with free jazz. Where they got the idea, no one really knows. And they're actually a dedicated non-profit organization, and they did some very strange things. One is one of the members actually tried to re-score Webern for a jazz ensemble. This warms my heart to think you would walk around Chicago in the mid-60s, and from some basement there would be 5 17-year-old black guys on trumpets and saxophones playing Webern. It wouldn't make any sense, you know? So this is just great. They experimented with graphic scores, they experimented with structural, rule-based forms of improvisation, and they deeply admired Cage. But this has to be taken with a grain of salt. This happens throughout free improvisation's history, that people, maybe they got some records of Cage, maybe they saw some parts of Silence, the book, but they didn't necessarily actually know what Cage was on about. They didn't know what chance was, they didn't clearly know what indeterminacy was, and they might have just taken as a grain of salt, okay, this is improvisation. It's the same thing, without actually knowing much about the material. So they were deeply dedicated to the idea of Cage as an experimental leader of experimental music, and they invited him to play and give a few workshops. So in the workshops, Cage came, they played horns, saxophones, trumpets, kind of typical jazz ensemble, and Cage played this famous microphone on his throat. And they started to play together, and Cage kind of questioned, well, what are you doing? And they say, well, this is kind of like a free jazz thing. And he was like, but why is it free? You're not free at all. And he directs the ensemble to not listen to each other, not pay attention to each other, to think of themselves as just individual soloists who don't listen to each other. And the workshop goes as such. And Cage reportedly was very happy by the end of the workshop period. He thought that he had achieved this kind of freedom that he thought they should have. However, when they played the concert, it was too jazzy. They played too many jazz licks for Cage's taste. And I still can't imagine what this concert must have sounded like. It must have been awful. Jazz and Cage throat sounds. But there's another problem here in that Cage was understanding, and this is actually still a problem to this day, that Cage was understanding free jazz as meaning the person's trying to free themselves from jazz. That's not what the musicians meant at all. Actually, free jazz was about kind of repositioning the jazz musician to use kind of other devices through jazz history in a more looser way. So collaborative improvisation was a great example of this. Collaborative improvisation was actually the common method for Dixieland 1920s jazz. There was no jazz soloist as such until the 30s, and so they adopted that idea from jazz history into free jazz to have more collaborative improvisation sessions. So it wasn't about this, I'm trying to free myself from jazz. It was a total misinterpretation on Cage's part. But nonetheless, Cage was a friendly guy, and they actually continued to collaborate. They played together a couple times in the Once Festival in Ann Arbor later on. So by the mid-70s, so we have now this Cage rejects improvisation, then Cage works with improvisers, then Cage tries to use improvisers, Cage has improvisation in his scores, maybe, we don't know. And then by the mid-1970s, he develops this other idea of the music of contingency, which is several pieces which really seem like they involve improvisation when you look at the rules that are specified. We'll just look at one of them, Child of Tree. Is that also on the concert? So another one you can hear tomorrow evening. Child of Tree. So this one works this way, that 10 instruments are selected via the I Ching. Instruments should be plant matter, so cactuses, flowers, roots, things of this nature. Sections are determined by chance, the amount of sections. Time links are determined by chance, and he says, clarify the time structure by means of the instrument. I don't know what that means. It sounds to me like someone's trying to tell me to improvise, but they don't want to use the word improvise. Clarify the time structure by means of the instrument. I don't understand what that action actually means. Later on, people started to point out, well, come on, this, you mean improvisation, right? Like, seriously. And Cage had several different quotations in answer to this, and he said it was a special kind of improvisation in his mind. This was an improvisation that can't be based on taste and memory, since one doesn't know the instrument. So his idea is that if I touch the cactus for the first time, I'm not improvising, because I've never heard this sound of the cactus before. More so, he says in another quote that actually as you touch the cactus starts to become destroyed. So I can't even repeat the action, according to Cage. Again, it seems to me that he's a little bit afraid to use the word improvisation because it has a certain connotation in the culture about the way improvisation works. And for him, this idea that I'm discovering the instrument for the first time doesn't make use of any improvisational skills that I might have, just because I don't know the instrument. So he must have been aware of this kind of contradiction, but was afraid of maybe what the term improvisation might actually mean because of some traumatic experiences that he had already had in expressing chance music. I have a little bit of time still. Actually, I think it's a reasonable idea to start comparing what Cage was doing later in the 70s with this idea that I have something for the first time, or the material degrades as I start to control it over time, and compare it to what was actually going on in free improvisation. And actually, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because there's the best example. Yeah, that's why I skipped. So, but this will be the last slide. So, the field of free improvisation actually had many very unique ideas right from the start. I just want to bring up one of them because it sounds suspiciously similar to Cage, but also attacks Cage to some degree. And this is a group called AMM that was in London, founded around 1965. Young guys really interested in kind of free-form improvisation. And they developed a kind of aesthetic, which would be a listening aesthetic and a playing aesthetic, which they refer to as researching the sound. Unfortunately, every member of this group has a different definition of what that means, actually. So Cornelius Cardew, he actually knew Cage. He was a kind of Cageite in his days. And he had this idea of kind of a disciplined improvisation where the search for sounds in the real time, and we're searching for our reactions to them in the real time. What this meant in practicality for Cardew, he would actually all of the musicians in the band would set up their instruments in ways that they had never approached them before. So, for example, Cardew played the cello. Let's say he would put it on its back, and he'd never done that before, and that's how he's going to perform this concert. They would also attach various electronic devices, such as contact microphones, into odd places on the instrument, again, to find some unpredictable sound and research my response to the sound. This sounds suspiciously like what Cage was talking about. I don't know the instrument, I don't know the position of the instrument, and I'm kind of discovering it as I go along. So this idea of discovery was a main aesthetic, according to Cardew. Actually, there's some members that disagreed with him about that. Many years later, Prevost wrote a very nice book early in 1992 where he attacks Cage on some issues, and very interesting issue. The first proposition from Prevost is that listening, the act of listening, is improvisation. That my attention is always directed in some way improvisationally, and listening is always representational of the ego. So the second I listen to something, my ego is involved. And he actually breaks this down in different ways. But the main point that he ends up making is that it's not about suppressing the ego by listening. It's actually about listening and trying to realize the layers of the ego. So he thinks of listening in kind of different categories, that you have a biological listening mechanism, that you have a kind of cultural listening mechanism, and that by doing the listening process and improvising in the listening process, you actually realize the structure of your own ego. So he disagrees with Cage completely about this idea of suppressing the ego. He thinks the ego has to be present if you actually want to figure it out. That's the only way to overcome the idea of ego. So that's it for the presentation. I think we have at least enough time for 1 or 2 questions, or if there is some on Zoom as well.
If I may, just a comment or ask your opinion about, I would read a quote from the Silence book, we all have read and know. Cage apparently wrote that composing is one thing, performing is another thing, listening is a third thing. And that, but I think that it seems that the big problem with Cage, and maybe even more generally, is the fact that we tend to look at Cage as one identity or something like that, that his ideas have been steady through the decades, whereas actually he has changed quite a lot and his positions have changed quite a lot. And so, and the other thing is that we tend to look at improvisation, I mean the people outside of the improvisation scene tend to look at it as one thing, whereas it actually is many things, and so on. So it seems that, to me, if I may provoke a little bit, that Cage has dealt with some issues with the definitions most of the time, be it what is composition, what is a composer, what is improvisation, and it seems that this idea or the term improvisation, I don't even know when it started, because and who actually imposed it. It seems to be the biggest problem of the issue at all. Not the practice, but actually the term itself, because I don't believe that improvisation as a term was introduced by somebody who actually improvised.
Especially in an academic context, I would agree with you. That's why I try to keep pinning this point home. You're absolutely right that Cage's own, even this structure, this compositional framework, this definition that Cage had for materials and procedures, this actually changed. If you go forward 10 years, he gives slightly different definitions of what these things mean. And I think you're absolutely right. The other side of that is to think about this word improvisation and what it meant through the time periods. And it's actually still true today. If you take a Japanese improviser and we put him in this room and we ask him, tell us about your improvisational practice, artistic practice. And then we would take a New Yorker and they're also an improviser, and we would ask them, okay, tell us about your artistic practice. We would get such wildly different answers that it would be very difficult to kind of say that they're talking about the same thing even. So this word improvisation still is not even stable today in any context. So there's no reason to assume it would have been stable in the 1950s either, I think. No, I don't think so. I think it's an academic problem, most likely. It's most likely a justification problem. That and jazz experienced this as well, this kind of need to prove itself because they improvise, they make up stuff in real time. And they felt this need to kind of prove that this music is really valuable. But if you take another form of American kind of folk music, something like bluegrass, right? Bluegrass has never made any sort of attempt to be in serious concert halls. It's never really happened. It's played in the hills of Mississippi or something, and they're perfectly fine with that. And nobody talks about this, but actually bluegrass contains a lot of improvisation. You have to improvise to play bluegrass. You have to be able to make stuff up in the moment if you play bluegrass. But it's just never came up, this need to kind of justify itself. So the same thing has happened with free improvisation. This kind of need to justify its existence in a very serious art sense has kind of led to this problem more than I think that it's actually a real problem for the artistic practice.
I just wanted to shortly, you were talking about this Tudor. Why was Tudor allowed to be the sort of the only guy who, I just, in the morning preparing my lecture, I just read a quote, but I don't have it at hand, but basically Cage sort of regarded Tudor also as an instrument, basically. Like it was, he played Tudor and he was like, there was this quote, Yeah, it's like he was the perfect sort of instrument for Cage. That he sort of was able to physically transform into his music or something like that. So, so this is very
Yeah, and as Tavi just said, where's the ego in this kind of problem, actually? Yeah, yeah. So maybe it wasn't even that he liked how Tudor improvised. It was maybe that he had spent so much time with Tudor that he knew Tudor would make the types of decisions that he wanted him to make, actually. Basically.
yeah.
That's completely insane to think about. Yeah. Sure.
No, I think that it was that he had some special qualities approaching piano that Cage actually appreciated totally, like some very specific that he didn't know that anyone else possessed this. And it was supposedly how he could produce sound on a piano in a way that he could produce very loud and very low volume sounds in sort of procession that they both somehow he was able to articulate them in a particular way purely by his special approach to this physical technique of
So
piano.
he did know that the ego must be involved to some extent as well, because it's Tudor's ego, because it's his ability to control the instrument. Yeah. It's a unique individualistic thing, you know. He didn't tell Tudor to stop being Tudor. So this
It wasn't an instrument. Huh?
It's a confusing thing, actually. Yeah.
So is there a quick question? Then
we have to switch
would
over
have to
soon,
move
but
on
just
to
one more
Stefano?
question, I think.
Maybe not a question, but a comment. One of my favorite from Cage that comes after a performance of Julius Eastman, where Cage says, permission granted, but not to do whatever you like. And so one of the things that has always struck me is Cage's insistence to free himself from his memory, his likes, and his dislikes. When I hear jazz players practicing, they're practicing licks, they're practicing patterns, so that these patterns are automatically recalled on stage. This is the thing that Cage wants to avoid, falling into kind of stereotypical patterns, pitch structures, rhythmic structures that would identify other memories, likes and dislikes. Jazz, or I should say improvisation, and Cage are a hot topic, and I think it's a matter of language. Improvisation is a word that describes something that perhaps we really can't describe.
Thank you. Are we ready? Yeah?
Yes.
So,
Okay, thank you. It seems that we already get some ideas going and the discussion could on, but let's make an applause to Ted. Aitäh! Enne kui me läheme lõunapausile, before we go to the lunch break, we have one intriguing speech by Stefano, I think it's the right way to pronounce it. And Stefano is somebody who has been, like he put it, obsessed by Cage's music for some time. He can introduce himself by himself, but we asked him to speak about Cage's kind of like a actual performances where he was present and how his music was taken also, as Stefano knows quite a big deal about how it went in Italy. And you know, we all have heard about the scandalous events where Cage performed, but we will hear more stories from Stefano, hopefully. I would invite you to interrupt Stefano. I hope it's okay with questions and comments, because this is the format, I think it's most lively. But the title of the speech by Stefano will be Mushrooms, Riots and Trains, The Adventures of John Cage in Italy. So we'll try to get Stefano on the screen.
Let me know when I can start.
Just in a moment.
Can someone hear me?
We hear you already, but
Yeah, I don't hear you.
we'll try to.
I heard Tavi before. It was Tavi.
Yeah, just a second.
speaking. Yeah, now I don't hear you though, Tarmo,
Oh, can you hear me?
as before. Nope, not yet. Can you hear me fine, Tavi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So welcome, and the stage is
Yeah.
yours.
Thank you. So I didn't clearly understood what Tavi said before. My name is Stefano Pocci. I actually live in Estonia, so sorry for causing this remote trouble, but yeah, I was contacted when my travel to Italy was already planned. So there's that. My history with Cage is a bit strange because I'm not a musician. I really like music, curious about different kinds of music. The meeting with Cage was strange in the sense that the first time I heard him was an article written on an Italian magazine. You know, back in the pre-internet days, that's how you read about music. You know, you had to buy magazines. And I remember that an article about Cage poetics and theory struck me because I really didn't understand a single word of that. I really didn't know what this guy was up to. So this curiosity remained. A few years later, I decided to buy a book. And this book, it's actually a well-known book of Cage. It's not Silence, it's a Conversing with Cage. That's the title of the book. It's Cage himself explaining his ideas to various interviewers. And what struck me was the fact that from that book, that basically anything could be possible. By reading the book of this guy that was saying very strange things to me, at least in the beginning, it seems like everything was very possible. So I was left with this optimism, which is pretty contagious, as you probably know already because you're here. Anyway, I decided since this talk is about Italy and Cage relationship, why this relationship is so peculiar. Well, just like Cage is peculiar, I think this is a very unique relationship. Cage has been all over the place in the US. He has been in Europe in many places, but it never had such an impact, I think it had on Italy, and vice versa. Because I like to think that the stereotypes or the stereotyped mess of Italians kind of infected Cage a little bit. And I don't think that those events that I'm about to tell you could have happened in another place. So Cage, first time Cage was in Italy for musical purposes was at the end of the 40s. He was a reporter for Musical America, which is a newspaper of music, and he was reviewing concerts of contemporary music that happened in Palermo, Sicily, and Milan. Of course, he praised and he didn't praise very much the organization of Italian people, but yeah, the performances were some good, some okay, nothing special. A few years later, 1954, he was in Italy again, I'm tying now with the previous talk because, yeah, he was there with David Tudor. And he was improvising or performing his famous numerical scores that did not really make any sense to the Italian audience he was performing in front. In fact, I heard from a composer in Italy who was there that, yeah, the reactions were pretty, perplexed, to keep it simple. Finally, we get to the first episode I want to talk to you about, which is probably the most famous link between Cage and Italy, at least in Italy. We are at the end of 1958, and Cage in summer was in Darmstadt, and he, scandalized the very serious German cathedral of contemporary music. But he was, he was exposed to a lot of people, and one of those people was Luciano Berio, the Italian composer, who decided to invite Cage to Italy. Why? Luciano Berio at the time was working in this particular place called Studio di Fonologia, which is a phonology laboratory in Milan that was funded by the Rai Television, the Italian broadcast. And he was experimenting with the first electronic music. And he wanted Cage to be there with him. Berio was also married to, at that time, with Kathy Berberian, vocalist, Armenian American, mezzo-soprano, who is another very smart, intelligent person, and very curious too, because Cage wrote a piece for her, aria, when she was around her, and he wrote Fontana Mix at the Studio di Fonologia during that time that he spent with Berio. Fontana is the name of the landlady who was renting the apartment or the room where Cage was staying in Milan. Now, the important bit that I'm about to tell you is that Cage was basically broke. So he couldn't go back to the States. He didn't have any money. In fact, he had been living in the woods out of New York. And because he was with a community of pre-Ypres people, artists. And so he had to eat. And one of the food that was free for him to get from the woods were mushrooms. So quickly, Cage became familiar with the environment, and he had to learn, how to distinguish whether a mushroom was poisonous or not. In fact, if you go to New York and you go to the Mycological Society, you will see the name of John Cage as among its founders. There were other, more distinguished, let's say, people there, but Cage actually took a very serious interest in mushrooms. Later on, he would say that because mushroom and music were close terms in a dictionary, this close relationship was not just physical in a dictionary, but they had actually a deeper link. For example, when he was mushrooming in the forest, he would basically hunt also sounds that he would bump into while he was in the forest. And we know that he considered any sound completely legit. He was not making this musical versus non-musical sound distinction. At any rate, Cage was broke. Cage is an expert in mushrooms, a mycologist to be exact. So how can we help him? Luciano Berio and his circle of friends must have thought. And so, because one of his friends was Umberto Eco, the famous writer, thinker, Italian, I'm sure you're familiar with this name. There was other people there. There was Silvano Bussotti, Roberto Leidi, and I can think of other people like, what's the name of the other guy? Well, it doesn't matter. Probably Umberto Eco was part of the crew of experts that were preparing questions for a quiz show in Italy called Lascia o Raddoppia, that you can roughly translate into double or nothing. The contestant was asked questions, increasingly difficult, more difficult, and at the end of if he had answered all the questions, he was asked the question: do you want to go away, or you want to double? And so what Cage did was to participate at this quiz show as a mushroom expert, and he won. He participated to 5 episodes, and all the time he doubled, and he finally managed to collect the final prize. And with that money, he was able to go back to the States. He was able to buy a little Volkswagen van for the company, the Merce Cunningham company he was collaborating with, and I think a grand piano as well. So it was a lot of money for that time, a lot of millions of lire, but thousands of dollars in reality, but enough for him to go back to the States and continue with his musical path with practical means. Now, the interesting bit of this 1959, it was January, February 1959 participation at the quiz show, was that actually Cage performed also music during those quiz shows. And two of those pieces actually are going to be performed tomorrow. One is Amores for piano, and the other one is Water Walk. The third one was Sounds of Venice, and both Sounds of Venice and Water Walk pieces were written explicitly for television performer. So he conceived them while he was there in Milan. Now, obviously, there is a video. I've been trying to find this video of Cage at this Italian quiz show. Probably I'm the person on the web that tried the hardest, but I couldn't find it. The funny bit of this is that because my mission was, I basically looked 360 degrees. I bumped into a lot of people that shared with me anecdotes about Cage or other things that were maybe not Cage related, but still interesting to hear. The daughter, I'm friend of the daughter of Luciano Berio, daughter of Kathy Berberian as well. I've been bumping on people that were in Area Collective in Italy, this progressive band, and many journalists of all kinds. So it was a very interesting ride that led me in 2012 to found the johncage.it website, which celebrates this link between Cage and Italy. So obviously, this is the funniest thing that you can imagine. A contemporary composer of weird music, because that's how it was defined at that time, going to a quiz show as a mycologist. But that's quite weird combination. 20 years later, we are again in Milan with Cage. It's December 1977, and Cage was invited to perform a show. Actually, I think it was Child of Tree he was about to perform, another piece that is going to be executed tomorrow. Well, Cage couldn't do Child of Tree because the sound technician wasn't available at the last minute, so he had to cancel that. So he replaced that with Empty Words, the third part of Empty Words. Now, Empty Words is a work consisting of 4 parts, and it's basically a destructuring language operation. So what he does, he took pieces of the journal of Henry David Thoreau, and he basically extracted for the first part random sentences, in the second part random words, in the third part random syllables, and in the fourth part random letters. So as you read this, it takes 8-9 hours to read all these 4 parts. The text basically rarefies and it gets more and more meaningless. And he was about to read the third part. For whatever reason, he decided to read that one. Now, why this? I mean, this is kind of Cajun thing, but why is it interesting? What happened? Well, this concert is very well remembered in Italy because it created like a real mess. And in this case, we have footage proving that and pictures. So the people that organized the event in Italy at this Teatro Lirico, they were a young collective of people. And you need to picture Italy in the 70s. It was probably one of the darkest decades in the history of Italy. There was a lot of internal terrorism going on in the 70s. There was a lot of agitation, really, starting from the lower classes and going all the way up. Far left and far right terrorists were really killing politicians. Policemen were also injured. Everything, the apex was probably the kidnapping of a very important political man that was actually killed by the terrorists, Aldo Moro. So it was a very, and this was end of 70s, 78. Now, this concert happened in 77, and the organizer were part of this young movement that was really, upset. And the message that was sent, or the way Cage concert was advertised, was that Cage is the composer that shook the foundation of music. So the audience, most of the audience that went to see the concert, they were expecting to find this angry guy that was, against the system, against the structure, the consolidated structures, and instead, they run into as the audience entered the theater, they didn't see any instrument on the stage, just a desk with a lamp, a chair, a glass of water, and at some point, and a screen behind the desk. Then Cage enters, and he starts to read this text of syllables that lasts 2.5 hours. For the record, there is also the album. It was recorded, so this live performance is actually recorded, so you can actually hear it. While Cage was reading, he was drawings from the Journal of Thoreau was also projected in the background. And these are, very simple, almost prehistoric kind of, nothing fancy. So after 5-10 minutes in the performance, when it was clear to the audience of all these angry guys that were there to, fight the power, fight the system, that this guy was just saying meaningless stuff, they started to boo Cage, they started to yell, to scream, and then it started to grow to the point that people started to go on stage, dancing, moving in front of Cage, disturbing his performance. People were turning on and off the lamp, spilling the water. They even dared to remove Cage's glasses from his face. And so there were a bunch of musicians that were there to protect Cage, people that actually knew the work of Cage. They weren't, just amateurs. They knew what to expect in a way. But the whole situation was growing in this, it created like parts of the audience were fighting against each other, saying that we shouldn't boo at him, we should stay silent and resist, because otherwise he wins. No, we should, try to disrupt this. And this is all live, like in the recording, you can really hear that. There are the pictures. And then there is even the video on YouTube, a video that I leaked, I think, at some point. It's there, and you see the RAI journalist interviewing people, and there are moments where you can see this performance happening, and it's a complete mess. So the Italians were really, angry or very active. Now, in spite of all this, Cage went all the way through the performance, and at the end, it was, I think he won in a way, because all the people finally managed to, finally we got through this. It's over, for the best or worst. We managed to go through it. And just to tell you the attitude of Cage, one of the anecdotes that I picked about that evening was that a guy that knew the organizer, he wanted to speak to Cage because he was writing a thesis for the university about Cage and the theater. So he wanted to talk to him about it. And he met Cage before the performance. And Cage said, okay, let's meet after the concert. Now, he didn't anticipate how bad the concert, or how stirred the concert would have been. So the guy that came to visit Cage, he, at the end of the concert, it was, I shouldn't go to see Cage now and to meet him, because he must be, completely out of his mind after this mess. But actually, the organizer ran to him and tell him, look, Maurizio, come here, because Cage is not going to go anywhere until he speaks to you, because he remembers that he promised you to speak to you about his work. And so this guy was struck that Cage remembered a complete stranger met a few hours earlier. Just it goes to show how Cage liked to be interrupted, I would say, and he didn't mind. So anyway, and this was this funny thing. But Cage was in Milan that year, not just to do this concert, but because he was planting the seed for the next event that I'm about to talk to you about, which is the prepared train event. So Tito Gotti was the musical director of Feste Musicali di Bologna. Bologna is 200 kilometers south of Milan, more or less, and he was in charge of this musical institution, and he always had a dream of doing something with trains. And he figured that the best composer in the world to be able to pull such thing off was Cage. So Cage was also there to perform this concert that created this mess, as well as to discuss with this Tito Gotti what to do about trains and music. So the legend is that the two old men, they were singing in the cars of the train, sitting on the ground and leaning their ears against the floor to hear the sounds produced by the trains. And there were the regular passengers looking at these two nutbags. What are they doing there? What are they? They mad people? So Cage actually was really, he took it seriously. So he started to contact other friends of his in Italy, Walter Marchetti and Juan Hidalgo. One is Spanish, Juan Hidalgo, and the other one is Italian, Walter Marchetti. And they went with other people to make field recordings of areas that would have been traveled, that the train that Cage was preparing would have traveled to. So there was a lot of preparation before the event. And the event happened in June 1978. The event were 3 days where the train starting from Bologna would go to a different location on secondary lines of the Italian railroad. And what happened was that there was a car, one of those wagons was equipped with a mixer where all the sounds were mixed. Sounds coming from the train, sounds coming from the people inside the train. Performers were also invited to perform inside the train, so audience could just walk around the train and see, I don't know, Demetrio Stratos improvising with the voice, or Esther Ferrer doing some performance, she's a poet from Spain, and so on. But and this was all happening in the train. So there were passengers and performers, but it was kind of mixed. The audience in a way was also performing because the sound made by the audience was also feedback to this mixer. And there are recordings of this prepared train, which is, one notch up the prepared piano, I would say, of Cage. The most interesting part was that the Cage was planned to stop. So every now and then the train would actually stop at the train station. And the incredible thing was that at the train station, there were a lot of people gathered welcoming Cage. Again, audience, but also bands, choirs from those, like you have in Estonia, for example. We have a lot of choirs in the city. Yeah, similar thing in Italy, plus the local marching bands. And you can imagine the mess. Cage would go out, and then there are all these sounds coming from different directions welcoming him. There are the pictures that tell you how many people were there on the platforms, really many. So it didn't look like this avant-garde or very elitist event at all. It looked pretty much popular because all kinds of people were there. Of course, there were more expert connoisseurs of Cage, but there were also random people that just wanted to see what this event was about. So yeah, it was a very creative moment, I would say. There are recordings of this, and funnily enough, many years ago, I was contacted by someone that found in the archives of the railroad, the Italian railroad, a video of it, but the video is mute, no sound. So, and I said, it's perfect. It's perfect. Even if it didn't happen by chance, it works. It's very Cajun. But you can get the feeling of this happening, because this was an happening, probably the first in Italy that ever occurred. And it was really spontaneous, and it wasn't, there were things obviously planned, like the field recordings, but the overall, from all the accounts that I got from different people, American, Italians, the atmosphere was really, really fun. it wasn't, yeah, it was something to be part of. And I can say this even if I was 2 years old when this happened, because 30 years later, in 2008, I went to the second train, and I clearly felt that something was missing, and the part missing was the people not being there at the station waiting for this train. I mean, it was just a bunch of people, yes, in the train. It was interesting. It was also nice to be fed with mushrooms at one of those train stops for lunch, going to collaborate, celebrating the link between mushrooms and Cage. But yeah, the popular element, the pop element was missing somehow. I think it was less interesting, and not just because Cage wasn't there. And finally, yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you. I was wrong thinking that a Zoom session is just two persons doesn't have a time limit, but it does. So let's cut this meeting now. Let's try to restart it, and if it doesn't work, I'll make quickly a new.
Right. Okay, so then the last thing I want to tell you about is about something that did not happen, but it would have happened in Italy. 1 year later, 1979, Cage was invited by a politician, I don't know, culture related to culture in Ivrea. Now, for those who Ivrea is a city somewhere near Turin, and it's famous because it's the city of Adriano Olivetti. Now, Olivetti, you might know the typewriter. Well, was kind of this engineer with a vision, and it's a very famous person in Italy, and rightly so, I would say. And he generated a bunch of side byproducts, like this cultural administrator that wanted to invite Cage and do something there in Ivrea, in the Olivetti spirit, visionary that is. So when Cage went there, they visited the town, and they ended up on Monte Stella di Ivrea, which is a little hill in the middle of the town. It's not so little, actually. And the interesting that we are very close to the Alps. You can see the Alps from Ivrea very, very well. And this little hill is, even though it's inside the city, it is quite isolated from its sounds, at least when you reach the top of it. And Cage was struck by this very peculiar landscape of a hill immersed in a city. And he wanted to do something with it. And his idea was to amplify the park. Now, what that means is that, again, the same technician that failed him in Milan a couple of years earlier for this Teatro Lirico, the Child of Tree guy, his name is actually John Fullerman. He was there, and they do this survey on Monte Stella di Ivrea with other people. And the idea was to give children, to equip the park with some devices to amplify contact microphones and and other things alike, to let the children play with the sounds. So Cage, as you know, he was into sounds, noises, and sounds in general, any sound really. And he thought that it could have been useful. It was actually useful to teach children how to listen to things, not just to, starting categorizing at very early stages what is good and what is bad. So His idea was educational in this sense, but this project did not happen. This amplification of a park did not happen. Today, me and other people are trying to reboot the project, not so much because it's a museum like rebooting, like, oh, it's Cage and no, because we think that actually the lesson that Cage wanted to tell is still relevant today, or maybe it's even more relevant today than before, who knows. But Cage could not make it because, again, Italy and its bureaucracy hit, and so even though the money was found and the project was backed, Cage was not able to do it. But as the money was found, 5 years later, Cage was invited in Turin for a festival about Cage, where he did all kinds of things. And because he wanted to do something with children, we have Rai television TV programs where Cage goes to schools and, he's moving chairs in the classroom, making noise with the chairs and explaining that this is rumore, right? It's, noise. But that actually, it's also interesting. And the kids, of course, they start to say, it sounds like a bee. It sounds like I don't know, some other animal, or it sounds like a car. This is documented in this video, and in the video there is also music circus with children, where a gym hall of a school was used to gather all kinds of musical performers of different schools. Again, little bands, choirs, and people again could move around this all and listen to multiple sounds at the same time. Of course, cacophony, someone could say. But nevertheless, still in the Cajun spirit. He had done other music circus with, not with children. This was done with children because, yeah, the idea was there. So, yeah, this is the last thing I wanted to say, because this Amplified Park project is also very Cajun in the creativity. Let's say he finds creativity ways to get inspired by the most uncommon thing. Today, it doesn't look that way because we are used to probably to all kinds of weird combinations. But yeah, 40, 50 years ago, it wasn't that obvious, I would say. So yeah, this is all for me. So if you have any questions, you can go shoot, if I'm able to hear.
Thank you very much, Stefano.
Yeah, welcome.
Great stories, aitäh. So now, if anybody would have any comments or questions or protests, the thing is that due to certain technical restrictions, the microphone, what is picking up for him is in this computer. So if you want to ask him, come a little bit closer, or yeah.
Oh, that's very hard then to drag people out of their seats.
I know, but I'm trying, yes. So,
Yeah, sure.
yes.
Can you ask Stefano? Stefano, can you tell us a little bit about the landscape project that was done, and also the recent set of photographs that were published in a book coming out of Italy?
Did you hear that?
It was about I heard the landscape project.
And,
yes, and the book of photographs.
And the book of photographs, Paul is asking.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the photographs. Let's start from, well, it's the same thing. Tallinn is there in a way because a year ago, was it a year ago or 2 years ago? I don't recall anymore. COVID made this freezing time frame in my head. I think it was 2 years ago. I prepared a video because I was asked to participate to this Cage in a landscape project, where people actually had to do to prepare some video contribution around the 4 minutes and 33 seconds, the most famous or infamous, if you will, compositions of John Cage. Now, I have my own ideas about what composing or performing means, regardless of Cage. So, and I found myself, like, what can I do? I mean, So I decided to do something very simple, and actually I filmed I had a friend of mine film location of Tallinn. So maybe later I can share so you can recognize Tallinn in this video. But yeah, there were many people participating. Most of them were Italians because the organizer were Italians, and the event was taking place in Milan. And the videos were streamed and looped in a location. Of course, I wasn't there because I'm in Estonia, so and I'm not living near Milan when I'm in Italy. But the two initiators of the project Cage in Landscape, celebrating 4 minutes and 33, were Claudio Chianura, who is a publisher. He has published many books in Italian around Cage. Some are very interesting, actually. Too bad it's some about metaphysics and Cage by another author that I know. And those would be really good to be translated in English, I think, because are very good books. And the other person was Roberto Mazzotti, who passed away this year. He is a famous photographer because he photographed a lot of artists, from Keith Jarrett to I don't know, Stockhausen to up to Cage. So jazz and classical or contemporary music. I collaborated with him for this project. I've been in a relationship with him, because obviously when there is a picture of Cage in Italy, it is very likely that it's his picture. And he managed to release, before he passed away, a book about Cage and his photographs. So of course, there is a deeper meaning to this book than just leafing through and seeing pictures of Cage. He had a very his own understanding of photographs. Personally, I bought it because I wanted to support his work. I like the book, but I don't have the same sensitivity that he has for pictures or for photographs. Some, of course, are very beautiful, but for him, they had a different and a deeper meaning. So if you like photographs and if you are into Cage, it's definitely a nice book to have. It's still there in print. But yeah, it was nice to participate remotely. Again, vice versa, from Estonia to Italy, and now from Italy to Estonia. So let's hope next time we can align. I don't know if this answers your question.
I actually have one question, Stefano.
Yeah.
You were talking about this kind of scandalous events, like the one where these left-wing young, activists were kind of attacking Cage on the stage, and him being this kind of stoic and keeping. I think he went till the end, right, as planned, right, with the performance. Did he? Like.
No, well, I remember that when in 1984 he was in Turin, and he did a composition called Mujois, Music and Joyce, right, James Joyce, and it was about the same thing, destructuring language. The precondition, or I should say the premise for this, is that language for Cage was like a cage. The funny bit of Cage is that when he wanted to summarize his ideas was get out of any cage you're in. So he was using his last name to summarize his work, basically. And language is a cage because it has a set of rules, right? Syntax. And someone said, I think it was Emerson, I don't recall very well right now, but he was saying that when he heard people talking, he could hear feet marching, like the army. So Cage, again, with this works of language, he was trying to destroy language. Now, the reaction in 1984 was pretty much similar. I remember seeing the video and seeing people, what the hell are you doing? Like in Italian, in a very colorful way. Of course, it wasn't the same environment. 7 years after the first concert. And I remember him saying that in 1984, his reaction to that booing was, Italian are very, I don't know, very, very warm or very heated inside. So maybe, yeah, I don't know if he was expecting that or if he had prepared that to, to piss people. I don't think so. This is my feeling. I just think that he chose one of his latest work that he was doing and interested in, and that the outcome was that because it happened in Italy, as I said in the beginning. I think if he had done that in Germany, I doubt, or I don't know. This is my gut feeling saying that. Maybe it's a stereotype vision of the world, but yeah, I'd never found accounts of weird reactions in other places in Europe,
Yeah, so
rather than
yeah,
Italy.
I wanted to ask, you probably know or have read notes or interviews. How did he take it? I mean, like, it's hard to imagine that he didn't, he didn't care, or it didn't affect him, or he wasn't disappointed or something. I mean, it looks from outside so, but I have a hard time believing that people taking off his glasses and pushing him around on the stage made him just, be zen.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's very hard to believe, and that's I didn't meet Cage in my life, so I cannot say myself, but what I can what I can say that I remember that Cage himself said that from time to time he really got pissed or emotional, or he would get angry. I would say like he would, but he was a special man in this sense. Like he was an uncommon man, not because of his, I think, not because of his work, but because of his attitude. So, as I said, he was there until the guy that he had met before the concert was managed to talk to him. And actually, they went together to the disco pub. They went afterward to a disco pub, and I have the audio recording of that audio interview that this guy made with Cage with this disco music in the background. So imagine that Cage in a disco club after the concert that he had given. uh, and yeah, I was very thorough in his answers and very interested in the work, genuinely interested. So that's the thing that struck me about Cage is that it's very hard to believe that such a human being can exist. I think that's the fair thing about Cage. So I don't think I don't think that he had no reaction. He was accepting any reaction, of course. Hopefully nobody would kill him, except that maybe.
Yes, it's fantastic. It's this determination is like really impressive and very inspiring.
It is alien. Yeah, it's like an alien.
Yes.
I think it's not human, almost.
Any comments or questions before we go for lunch? But if not, then first of all, let's give a big applause to Stefano. I hope he can hear through this computer mic.
Thank you, thank you. I hope I'm gonna have. It's a coincidence. I didn't say anything to my father. He bought mushrooms today, so he did not go to the forest. But I'm having mushrooms today for lunch. So I hope you're gonna have some mushrooms too.
Great. So, Aita, the plan
Hello.
is. So the plan now is that there is a lunch break for about an hour, and at 2 o'clock Estonian time. So at 1 o'clock European time, in an hour, Copeco Collective will be performing John Cage's Five, I believe, and also some Udo Kasemets. No, oh, Kasemets, the future is now. Okay, so they will be performing Udo Kasemets' music, Estonian Canadian composer, and after that we'll hear Margus Oits. No, yeah. Anyways, the program is in the Facebook page. You can follow it. I don't want to say So lunch break, thank you, and welcome to follow us online.
Yeah, I will. I will. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
tere pealelõunat, good afternoon, welcome back, tere tulemast siis tagasi. Me alustame seda pealelõunast sessiooni siis koosseisuga, mida me kutsume lihtsalt Copeco Collective. So we start this afternoon session by musical performance by Copeco Collective. Copeco Collective on siis koosneb üliõplastest, kes osalevad selles rahvusvahelises magistriprogrammis, mille nimi on Copeco, mis siis on Tallinna, Stockholmi, Hamburgi ja Lyoni vaheline nüüdismuusikaprogramm. So Copeco Collective consists of music students. It's a master program which is shared by Tallinn, Stockholm, Hamburg and Lyon conservatories. Ja täna tahaksin teile esitada ühe teose, mis on kirjutatud tegelikult mitte John Cage'i, vaid Uudo Kasemetsa poolt. So the piece, what they will be performing today for you, is not written by John Cage, but by Uudo Kasemets. Miks Uudo Kasemets? Sellepärast, et Uudo Kasemets on keegi, kelle kaudu meil on Eestil siis suhe John Cage'iga tegelikult. So why Uudo Kasemets? It's because I think this is the closest relationship, the actual physical one we have to John Cage through him. Uudo Kasemets, kui keegi ei tea, siis minu meelest kas Tarmo või kes ütles selle geniaalse lause, et ta on Eesti kõige kuulsam mittetuntud helilooja Eestis. Tegelikult on ta siis iseenesest, teda kutsutakse vahel Kanada John Cage'iks ja tegelikult õigusega, sest et tema mõju Kanada nüüdismuusika skeenele on mõõtmatu. See on olnud tõesti väga oluline ja meie Kanadas käies ka saime sellest aru, et teda väga hinnatakse ja peetakse meeles ja ta on seal muusika ajalooraamatutes kenasti suurte tähtedega kirjas. So Uudo Kasemets is an Estonian-born composer who emigrated to Canada later on, and he has sometimes been called as John Cage of Canada, if you will. And the reason why it's because his impact to Canadian new music, and I think in the new music scene in West in general, has been a very significant one, and I think it still continues to be important and influential even after his death. Uudo Kasemetsal oli ka isiklik suhe tõesti John Cage'iga, nad olid, ma arvan, et võiks seda öelda, sõbrad, ja John Cage osales mitmel Kasemetsa üritusel, mida ta organiseeris seal Kanadas, uue muusika, eksperimentaalmuusika üritustel. So Kasemets was actually a friend of John Cage's, and there are some letters what we still have from that conversation. And Cage was invited also to Kasemets events organized by Kasemets in Canada, so they actually had a true friendship, if we could call it, and exchange of ideas. Niisiis, teos on siis kirjutatud nii hilja kui 96, või vähemasti kirjastatud, ja selle pealkiri on Future is Past is Now. Copeco Collective, olge hea. Thank you very much. Some more Udo Kasemets can be heard tomorrow before the concert in Estonia Kontserdisaal. So welcome to that too.
Kuidas? No mul 2 tükki on jah, sest kasutaksin võimalust, aga noh, ma saan ka ilma nendeta.
Ei, see on sinu arvutus siis, eks ole?
Ei, ma panin see esitluse sisse, need lingid.
Lingid, okei, no loodame.
Ta on, eks ole, netis?
Jah.
Noh, jah. Okei, ma panin ta ametlikult siia. Oota? Okei. Oma arvutist, jah. Okei. Okei. Kas ma katsetan või?
Meini saab oma keerata selle pärast, ja siis ei tule üldse. Just aga seda on.
Proovin või?
Kas peaks mängima praegu?
No mul ta mängib siin, jah.
Kas ta äkki läheb nii väljasse või kas ta läheb õigesse?
Kostab. Jah, kostab. Assoo, aga see on tegelikult videoga, aga et siis ei näe videot.
Ma keeran siit peale ja
Oota, aga või teeks vastupidi, et ma näitan slaide siit ja siis vaatan.
ma arvan, me saame niimoodi hakkama, see on niimoodi juba üleval.
Jah, ja mõtlen, et siit tahaks nagu video ka, et selle heli juurde.
Okei, kas sul on HDMI?
On, aga siis ma peaks...
Aga siis me vaatame ka aega praegu. Variant on on siis, et lihtsalt ühendame videoajaks selle ümber Ademi juhtme.
või siis ma vaatan oma teksti siit ikkagi, või lihtsalt ma ei vaata oma teksti lastud edasi.
Et paneme siis
Paneme,
sinu arvuti taha.
jah, jah.
Selle ära võtta.
Jah, mul on siia jah mõned lingid ka, et
Just nii küll.
kuigi ma tegin teda nüüd netis, et nii, kuidas ta nüüd siis kuva Tarmo.
nii, hästi, jätkame siis ettekannetega. Jätkame. Jaa, nüüd me tõesti jätkame. Ja mul on väga hea meel, et Margus Ott oli nõus rääkima meile siis sellisest nähtusest, ma ütleks, kui nii võib öelda, Book of Changes. So I'm very glad that we will have Margus Ott speaking about Book of Changes. Miks? Sellepärast, et samuti nagu Udo Kasemets, nii ka John Cage on olnud sellest vägagi palju mõjutatud ja me usume, et võib-olla selline sissevaade siis sellesse kultuuri ja sellesse nähtusesse annaks meile ehk ka aimu võib-olla sellisest Cage'i ja ka Kasemetsa mõttemaailmast. So we believe that maybe looking into that Book of Changes, which was something that influenced John Cage and Udo Kasemets, among others, very much, would maybe help us to understand Cage's world and aesthetics and ethics, if you will. So, without further ado, Margus Ott.
Yes, thank you. First, let us ask a question of from I Ching, from the Book of Changes. So, what would be a good question to ask the I Ching? Other propositions? Or, I mean, maybe we'll gather a couple of propositions and then decide. It's not too serious, of course. I mean,
Will it rain tomorrow?
Will the concert be interesting tomorrow?
so, which question is the best to ask?
Will the concert be interesting? That's pretty good. I think the last one was the best. Which question is the best?
We should be more concrete, I think. So, about the tomorrow's concert.
Are we satisfied with the concert tomorrow? No.
Will tomorrow's concert be interesting as it was the first year?
So, I mean, it took Cage so much time composing because he tossed the coins by hand, but nowadays we have virtual coins, so it's much more easy and quicker. So, this is our hexagram. heaven 3-gram top and earth 3-gram in the bottom, hexagram 12. Stagnation. There is little need for the heroes, artists, the great thinkers and innovators. That's very good, I think. Yes, heaven and earth move away from each other. Well, it was. I will explain this hexagram system more precisely later. It was just a kind of teaser. Before I delve into I Ching, you all know that Cage was also very much influenced by Chan, or in Japanese pronunciation Zen Buddhism, which was introduced into the West very powerfully by Daisetsu Teitaro Suzuki, a Japanese Zen Buddhist who spread it in the West, and it had a deep impact on the Western culture, and it still goes on, this influence. And I wanted to note that, as you all know, Buddhism comes from India, but this Chan, or Zen Buddhism, is a Chinese, and then afterwards a Japanese adaptation or development of Buddhism, which is very much influenced by the Chinese background. So some people even say that there is more Taoism in Chan than Buddhism. Well, be as it may, Chan Buddhism also has a very important Chinese background to it. And I Ching, of course, is Chinese indigenous invention. But this, the other strand of influence, of Eastern influence on Cage, was also influenced by, very much formed in the Chinese environment. I Ching, or the Book of Changes, is a book of divination, as perhaps you all know. And before I go deeper into I Ching, I wanted to give some background to this book or text. First, already in the Chinese tradition, divination has very deep links to music, and how are they linked? The background of Chinese tradition is in the ancestor cult and veneration of spirits, and music and rituals were directed, or the religious context of music and rituals was the ancestor cult and animism. And the idea was that with the rituals and music, well, we can communicate with our ancestors and spirits. And in some rituals, for example, the one participant was an embodiment of the spirits, and he was called a corpse. So, I mean, a living person who embodied the spirits and who acted on behalf of the spirits. And it was believed that this music and rituals have an impact on the spirits. And divination, of course, was also directed to the spirits. It was a way of communicating with the spiritual world. This piece of instrument is one of the most beautiful developments of Chinese music, the old chime bells, a very interesting and complex instrument. And I would like to make a distinction between two kinds of activities that may seem similar. If we speak of a divination, we Westerners, I think we mostly think of prognostication or prophecy. And it means that we foresee some actualized future situation. There's a kind of film or movie of the universe, and some people have an access to those future episodes, and they can somehow anticipate it and tell us what is going to happen in the in the next parts of the movie. Another thing is divination, or as I have translated into Estonian, literally spirit reading, which is not about foreseeing the future, but having a more deeper understanding of the present moment in order to catch the sublime, incipient tendencies of the present situation. Each situation has kind of two parts or two aspects. Well, one aspect is the state of affairs as it has been accomplished right now. We embodied persons are here in this space and time, moment of time. But this very moment, on the other hand, also has a germ of the future. It has certain tendencies, it will develop in a certain way that will create the future, the next moments. And the divination is about understanding better those sublime, interpenetrating, hard to perceive tendencies of this very moment right now. It's not about the future state of affairs, but another aspect of our current state of affairs, namely the sublime or interpenetrating state of affairs. So what the Book of Changes does is that it reveals those tendencies in the current situation itself. So it is not about the future, so much about the future, but about the present that is pregnant of the future. So we have to, with this means we obtain a better access to this to this tension that creates future, of course. Although I think a distinction should be made between high and low culture in China. The Chinese did not have such kind of racist or those like racist ideas that human society would be formed of different kinds of persons. Like in the Europe, there were blue-blooded aristocrats and then red-blooded commoners, or in India, different castes of society. In China, philosophically, all people were considered to be the same. I mean, everyone can become a sage, and I mean, there is no inherent distinction between humans, but there has always been a stark contrast between high and low culture in China, always. And what I have been describing, and what people mostly describe as some kind of like peculiar Chinese thing, is more about these high forms of culture. I think China has also had both forms, like both divination and prognostication. But divination was deemed to be higher, and prognostication some kind of like popular and lower stuff. And the same goes for music. Literati and educated people had this less is more, minimalist idea and ideal of music. And I chose one example from Korea. Several aspects of Chinese culture that have been lost in China have been preserved in Korea and Japan. So here is one example. This is the high music, the good music. Oh, no sound. Aga enne ju oli. Aga võib-olla, oota, praegu nagu, võib-olla ei ole. Ai, ikka peaks olema. Võtan selle välja või?
Ja ma ei kuule, et ilmselt läheb projektorisse. Et kas sa vaadata heliväljundi valida, jah, ta läheb praegu HDMI-sse. Kas siit parema?
a Chinese literati shamed a ruler who said that he tends to fall asleep on this lofty music. And this scholar bashed him that he's an uneducated, like lowly person who doesn't understand like high music. I mean, this lofty and low, these are Chinese scholars' judgments, not mine. So you see the difference. So, sorry. A qualification should be made, what I'm talking about. So that it refers mostly to the high culture, this divination. Now, if we come to the historical background of Chinese divination, it is interesting to note that the first preserved musical instruments in the archaeological findings have been in the same place where the first possible indications of divination have been found. So on the left you have bone flutes, some of which are intact and can be played actually. And on the right you have turtle shells together with a collection of stones, part of which are light and part of which are dark, so stones of two colors. So we don't know the exact use of these objects, but there seems to be some binary system that we can gather from this distinction between two stone colors. And also, as we shall see, there is a relation that turtle shells were used in divination, and also symbols were carved already in that time. In the upper right you have some of those symbols. That may have been some proto-form of Chinese writing system. The first, in several parts of the world, bones are used for divination or prognostication. And in the eastern part of our world, in the western part of our world, like Europe, Northern Africa, Near East, those bones were simply investigated. But from east of those regions, they were heated, and those cracks that resulted from heating were then investigated, not only in China but also in Northern America, for example. And they reached a classical form in the Shang dynasty, like approximately 1600 BC to 1046 BC, where they opted for two kinds of substrate for prognostication. On the left you have turtle shells, or more exactly the plastron, the belly side of turtles' shells. And on the right you have the abaluu, kuidas oli abaluu? Ei. No vot, mul ei ole seda teksti nüüd ees. Well, this part of oxen, which offers the largest surface, plane, level surface. And yes, oxes were used mostly. In both cases, holes were drilled into those materials, and hot rods were inserted, and then cracks, the resulting cracks were investigated. And the Chinese word for divination, bu, the character in the middle, is actually a representation of a crack. And the questions asked were in a binary fashion. There were yes and no questions asked from the spirits. Like, for example, like David told, it was an actually example of ancient divination. Will it rain tomorrow? They asked this question from the spirits. Will it rain tomorrow? Or, for example, will the enemies attack in the east? And sometimes the question was also phrased in negative terms. It will not rain tomorrow, or the enemies will not attack from the east, and so they could be cross-checked. And the same question could be asked up to 5 times, and so the probability could be gauged from this, from those answers. I mean, how sure it is that it will rain or will not rain tomorrow. And the temporal scope of this divination was very short. It was usually a couple of days or 2 weeks at a maximum, which also shows that it was more about divination or reading or understanding the current situation rather than knowing some distant future. Already early on, a different kind of divination was used, which is the direct ancestor of the Book of Changes. Namely, on different materials, here we have a picture on the left of a pottery, a kind of seal or stamp. And this kind of divination, we cannot be sure of the exact procedure, but at least the outcome of that procedure were sets of numbers, and namely 6 numbers. In today's Book of Changes, we have 2 kinds of lines. In the beginning, we saw that in this hexagram, there were 2 types of lines, yin and yang lines. But in this early form, there could be any number. Like on this pottery, you have 1s and 6s. This triangular form is 6, and the straight line is 1. So you have 1 6 1 6 1 6, or 6 1 6 1 6 1. And again, we cannot be completely sure, but it seems that those numbers were valid, first of all, in their value of being either even or odd. So, although different numbers appeared, but the most important distinction was even-odd distinction. So it is probable that already in those early forms it was still a binary system. And if they are taken in their value of even and odd, they can of course be correlated to contemporary book of changes. But again, we cannot be 100% sure whether the system was the same or whether a similar text existed at such an early time in the second millennium BC. Now coming to the Book of Changes itself, in the classical form, yarrow sticks are used. Raudrohi, in Estonian raudrohi. 50 sticks are used, and using a certain procedure, they obtain 4 possible numbers, or also the 4 possible results of using those sticks is 6, 7, 8, and 9. And those same results can be obtained more directly with 3 coins if 2 is attributed to tails and 3 to heads. So if you have 3 coins, you can have those 4 possible results, 6, 7, 9, 8, and 9. And the even numbers are yin lines, like 6 and 8 are yin, and then odd numbers 7 and 9 are yang lines, the continuous line. The yin line is the one with the separation in the middle, and yang line is the continuous line. And so, if you toss those coins or use the more classical yarrow stick version, you build a hexagram, one line at a time, from bottom up. And well, either you have, if you have 6 or 8, it is discontinuous line, and if 7 or 9, it is a continuous line. And then you create this hexagram, and you can look it up from the list of 64 hexagrams. 2 in the power of 6 is 64, so you have 64 possible combinations. Then further procedures can be applied. For example, the most important of them is to see whether there are any so-called old lines, because number 6 is called old yin, and number 9 is called old yang. So you can transform the original hexagram into a second order hexagram, changing all old lines into the opposites. So for example, if we have this hexagram 39 with 9 in the 5th place, then in the next step we will change it into a yin line, and we will obtain hexagram 15. I mean, the other lines will remain unchanged, but only 6 and 9 will change into their opposites. And then all other kinds of procedures can be used. I mean, you can change all the lines into their opposites, you can turn the hexagram upside down, you can read the composite trigrams of it, and it's a whole Kabbalistic. By the way, this was, when I prepared this paper, I asked the question, how will the lecture go, my today's lecture? And the answer was hexagram 39, obstacle. And the interpretation was that you can bang your head against the wall as long as you wish, but it would be more wise to step back and change your viewpoint. So, if I change it, this old line, it will turn into hexagram 15, humility or humiliation. So, so the outcome of my lecture, unfortunately, will be complete humiliation for me. So I'm very sorry. You have 64 possible hexagrams, and the root text of the Book of Changes is very terse. It is just the symbol, I mean the hexagram itself, as you see in this table, on this table. Then you have the name of the hexagram and the short description of it, and then you have, for each line, you have a line judgment for those old lines. If there is 6 or 9 in some of those lines, then you have a line judgment, and it becomes important for your interpretation. I did not record this. If I look up this hexagram 39, I would first of all focus on this hexagram title, obstacle, and then look up 9 in the 5th. This is the term, 9 in the 5th, meaning 9 in the 5th position. And 5th is like from bottom up. The root text of the changes is very short, actually. This text has been expanded by commentaries. So if you take the Book of Changes, the bulk of it actually is formed by the commentaries, the so-called 10 wings. And philosophically most important is the appended statements. I translated this into Estonian in this book, Muusika ja muundus. In English, of course, you can also find several translations. Yes, I think this is my last thing I will say, because Tarmo will also explain the connection between the Book of Changes and Cage's Music of Changes. And the last thing I will comment upon or say is an excerpt from Zhuangzi, a Taoist text. And especially Zhuangzi has influenced very much the Chan or Zen Buddhism. And there is a story where one person, Sir Motley, is meditating, and another person, Sir Wanderer, comes to ask. And then Sir Motley tells him about the music of earth, music of humans, and music of heaven. And then Sir Wanderer asks, what are these? And then Sir Motley explains that earthly music is what the great cloud or the earth emits. And if wind blows into a hollow, to hollows and cavities, it produces sounds. And this is Earth's music. Then human music, it's clear, it's pipes and strings, first of all, like musical instruments in the narrow sense of the term. And finally, the music of heaven are the myriad sounds produced by the blowing of the wind. The myriad sounds produced by the blowing of the wind are different, yet all it does is elicit the natural propensities of the hollows themselves. What need is there for something else to stimulate them? Perhaps this stimulation would be doing music in the narrow sense of the term, or some intentional use of the term. Of course, ancient Chinese did not have our contemporary idea of randomness, but they did have the idea, they very much did have the idea that by discarding likes and dislikes, you can have a more adequate understanding of the universe. And there was also this idea that the Book of Changes can help us to understand those incipient tendencies, this more sublime and interpenetrating articulations of our world, but a sage can access them directly, so a sage does not need to divinate. Or he does it, or she does it only seldom on really important cases. So yeah, actually for a like classical literati, using the book of changes for every bar in composing music would be quite an abuse. But perhaps the final outcome is not too far away. Well, it's up to you to decide. I think I must finish here, so to leave some time for Tarmo to speak, and also yes, questions. Yes.
Thank you, Margus. I think especially this connection that discarding trivial or subjective things is a way to understand better the universe. I think this is one thing that is very good connection and very common with Cage. Another thing that is very obvious connection is his really breakthrough piece, Music of Changes, written for a solo piano, for David Tudor, of course. And first of all, just the title is strikingly similar, and then there's very clear and direct connection. And the piece is composed by using methods of I Ching. And I will not give an analysis, but try to explain very scarcely how it's done. And Cage used 8 by 8 charts or tables of material, and he had different tables. One was for sounds, so he wrote down actually 32 different sounds, either notes or plucked or played other ways, or percussive effects in the piano, and then 32 of the other table cells were silences. And then he tossed coins and then found out, the result is hexagram number this and that, and then he counted, this is the musical sound, this is the material he took. And then he tossed the coins again, and he had separate chart for durations, and then also rhythm, so how long, no, it was the same, for the rhythm, and then the space, how far away will be the next sound. And then he had a chart for density or polyphony, meaning how many layers are in one musical sound or in a chord, if we put it in a simple way. So it means that and it could be up to 8 layers. So one musical event could have 8 times 4 parameters that you have to toss with the coins. So imagine that you take the 3 coins, throw, draw out the line, and do it again, and then draw out the next line, then some coins escapes away, and take a new coin, and then you take the 4th line, and then so on, and then you pick up, the sound, then you do it 6 more times to get the rhythm, and so on. So you can imagine what a time it was. And if one chord could mean 8 times finding out one sound event, it means it was really, really huge time he put into it. And then he was very strict with his method. So in a way, I believe this process, spending just a lot of time with creating the music. And then he wrote it up in an almost traditional notation, the note heads and then stems and then flags, but in proportional notation, so that how far in time is the next sound is proportional how far it's on the paper. And he wrote 4 books of music, of changes. So it's a lot of material, a lot of work, and a lot behind the table. And what I believe it is exactly the time that he spent in this process. It is a sort of, I don't know, perhaps semi-meditative process, and then also constantly keeping away the wish I want to do the music this or that way. And one more side from the system about the changing lines or the old yang and yin. If he tossed a result that was changing, then he replaced the element in the table. So the charts were constantly changing. So he, and this is one point that has a bit contradiction. Actually, who fills the tables? It's him, John Cage. So how he picks the material that comes into the tables. This, I can't see how it's not a subjective choice, but maybe I don't know. Anyway, this process definitely meant a change for Cage himself. And in his book, Silence, what he says, that he felt that he arrived somewhere, and he writes, "It is thus possible to make a musical composition, the continuity of which is free of individual taste and memory," in parenthesis, psychology, and also of the literature and traditions of the art. The sounds enter the time-space centered within themselves, unimpeded by service to any abstraction, their 360 degrees of circumference free of an infinite play of interpretation. So it was an important process for Cage, and it influenced a lot his later outcome. But perhaps now it's good time for questions for Margus again.
Cage loved telling stories, And I have a story for you. He was working with Arnold Schoenberg, taking harmony and counterpoint lessons, and Schoenberg said to Cage he had no ear for harmony. And Cage said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You'll come to a harmony and you won't know what to do. You'll bang your head up against the wall, like your hexagram, right?" And so he said, "I will keep banging my head against the wall." And it turns out that that's what brought him to writing percussion music. I had the chance to work with Cage in the last 10 years of his life, both when he met James Tenney in Miami and later when there was a big festival of his music in Boston. I want everybody to know that we like to think of Cage as a Buddhist, the monk in white robes meditating diligently in some kind of spiritual world. He was not that at all. He simply used the I Ching as a book of random numbers, and his coin tosses were a way of simply choosing yes or no, this or that, and not in any way interested in the kind of divination oracles that were in the book. So don't mythologize what Cage is doing with this book, because he's not terribly interested, although he does play into it by telling stories every once in a while. And secondly, this book of changes is really a response to Pierre Boulez's second piano sonata. Boulez and Cage were very, very close at the time, and Tudor had premiered Boulez's second sonata in the US. And Cage was fascinated by the complexities and wanted to find a system to create such work. And that's what brought him to working with these charts. Charts literally in the way that 12-tone composers use charts. But Cage had kind of a different way to kind of get away from what charts might produce. So there's no mysticism here. Yeah. Hans.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Of course, as Cage used that as a tool, as we now heard, so I have some technical questions. So one, is it right that the probability of the coins are not even? So as if I understand it right, then we have a probability of 1, 8, 3, 8, 3, 8, and 1, 8. Is that right?
Yes, as far as I know, yes. But
And the other
it's not the hexagrams are not equally probable. And there's also a difference in probability between coins and yarrow sticks, actually.
Yeah, I was quickly checking the Wikipedia article. I didn't understand that with the yarrow sticks, but of course with the coins it seems to be clear. Okay, yarrow sticks for another time, but the other question is, can you show again the table of the hexagrams? So, and the question is, they are here numbered. What is the principle of the ordering? It looks very symmetrical and beautiful, but I don't understand what is the principle of ordering.
There is no overarching principle. There are some pairs. For example, if you look like first and second, they are like, and third and fourth also, they're like mirror images.
Yeah.
And fifth and sixth and so on.
5 and 6, 7 and 8.
And 7, but
they are all in pairs, I see.
Yes,
18, 19,
it seems,
20,
yes.
Everything is in pairs.
Yes, but then again, how those pairs follow each other, I think there is no very clear principle. Actually, there are some other manuscripts where they have been ordered more systematically. I mean that you can detect not in pairs like here in this classical. This is the classical sequence, but
okay, 61 is not a pair. I see.
But in some archaeological material, we do find some other sequences that are more rational, so to say, or I mean, that follow a clearer sequence.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, comments?
I have a question about this book of changes in Chinese culture. Is there some influence also in Chinese music in this old time, or it is some new invention of Cage and maybe some other? It's contemporary, or is also historically some influence in Chinese music?
I don't think so, that there is a very tight direct link, but as I tried to show, there is an indirect link that Book of Changes helps you to better gauge this interpenetrating sublime sphere, and music also is a vehicle to access, to travel this more interpenetrating sphere. But diviners and musicians were like two quite different people. But Changes has been a very, very important book in the Chinese tradition. And it has been used both by pop culture, popular culture, and as well as the high culture, because you can interpret those vague sayings of the root text in a very imaginative way. But on the other hand, you have some philosophical commentaries to the text, like the appended statements that I mentioned, that is among the most important philosophical texts in the Chinese tradition. And when a Chinese philosopher refers to the Book of Changes, most probably he's actually not referring to to other parts, but he's referring precisely to that one particular commentary. And this is not very old. I mean, this commentaries are much later. For example, this appended statements, maybe it's like 200 BC or 200 something BC. While the root text may be much older, like 1000 BC or so.
You don't have tracks in this music texts about this Book of Changes. Somebody is not mentioned.
Pardon?
Kas keegi on maininud ühesõnaga, et ta muutus rahvusvaheliseks Eestis?
Well, music was mostly oral in the old times, so it.
So I just wanted to make clear, if you, in these ancient Chinese times, if you had music, you didn't need the Book of Changes, can I understand rightly? Kind of, so Cage actually ruined the idea completely. He used the thing that was meant to feel the future for the music that doesn't need divination.
But actually, indirectly, he may have obtained a similar result. I mean, this his method for discarding or suppressing intentionality may obtain the result that the music produces itself, like those. I think he very much, well, what he certainly did was to valorize this music of earth, so to say, like all natural sounds are englobed into music. Music of heaven, well, it has to be discussed. And yeah.
Just a practical question. How do you translate or differentiate the two words, prophecy and divination? As the prophecy can be translated to Estonian as ettekuulutus or ennustus, then how to translate the divination? It was like spirit reading was there as a comment, but I didn't.
Yes, that's why in my Estonian translation I used the word spirit reading. And spirit referring to this more interpenetrating level of our present situation. I mean, all those incipient tendencies. So in a sense, it's actually not so much, it's not so mystical after all. I mean, it's the situation itself, but only in its incipient form. And yes, the problem is that when we say divination, we think mostly prognostication, so I used a different word.
But you don't have any Estonian word for matching divination, actually, then?
Yeah, I mean, this spirit reading was my own invention.
Yeah, how do you say it in Estonian?
Vaimu lugemine.
Okay. Yeah. Ilmutus. Something different.
Well, then ilmutus in the photographical sense, perhaps.
Yeah, aitäh, thank you very much. We have to finish. Unfortunately, but first, let's give a big applause to Margus and to Tarmo. Before we go to a very important coffee break, we still have one more talk to go, and it will be done by Tarmo and me, where we would like to be maybe a little bit more earthly, talking about like practical experience of the interpreter's position of interpreting Cage's scores with the example of two pieces what will be performed tomorrow, variations number 2 and variation number 5. So we would try to show a little bit what are the obstacles and maybe certain controversies of these scores from the position of the interpreter. So in 2 minutes we just set up and then me and Tarmo. There have been so many different topics already today, but one thing we wanted to add to that discussion was the point of view or point of departure from the performer's side, because one thing what we realized through these talks was that there is a certain kind of oral tradition and with performing Cage's works, which sometimes doesn't correspond to what we read from the instructions of the score. There are certain controversies, misunderstandings, failures, and so on, so on and so on. And so we wanted to dig in a little bit to these issues and maybe open up a discussion about these. So, first of all, I think before we go to the concrete pieces, I think that maybe I try to map just some of the problematics what we would address. First of all, already to raise the question, what is the role of the interpreter when performing Cage's music? And obviously there is no one single answer to that, because as you will hear tomorrow at the concert, the music of Cage is not just one single thing or one single aesthetic. It really, through the decades, changes a lot, and I would say that it needs very, very different tactics when approaching to it through the different pieces. So there is not one mindset one could use to approach these pieces, I would say. But first of all, okay, so what is the interpreter's role? What is it traditionally? What is it in the experimental music? Is there any difference? There is a very nice article by Philip Thomas about, it's called A Prescription for Action, and where he argues about what are these differences. And he would come to the point where he says that notably this kind of Tudor type attitude towards performing Cage would be this kind of disciplined action in the time rather than interpretation. And then again, you could argue whether interpretation is there anyways, because, you know, relating to the material inevitably makes you take some decisions, and this could be already called an interpretation as such. And then if these questions need to be answered by an interpreter or performer on the stage, then one might ask, what are the sources, or what are the reasons why somebody would decide like this or like that? You know, how subjective can it be, or what is expected from the interpreter to contribute? Are any subjective judgments even welcome in any case, you know? And as Ted spoke about it in the morning already, it is unsolved relationship, as they say, between Cage and real-time decisions, including improvisation. What are these decisions based upon? Because as we have seen, and you will see also in our small speech, they are not always based on some kind of like a chance methods, these decisions, be it Cage or be it the performer. And therefore, this raises many questions about, again, what is expected from the performer? What is it what Cage wants? You know, as there is this famous sentence, you know, what do you want from me, Sonata, right? So what do you want from me, Cage, when performing these pieces? What would you be happy with? And another question which comes up right away is this question, but I think it's very relevant nowadays, historically informed performance. Normally, we are used to think of it as something which relates to early music, Baroque music, Renaissance music, you know, this is the whole domain, the separate domain people are working on. But now, when talking about contemporary music, so anyways, what is the contemporary music, right? And the contemporary music already getting old, in a way, contemporary music as a term, right? This means that we are already at this historically informed performance problem when talking about contemporary music. What about the music from 50s and 60s, you know? Okay, one problem, of course, is the technical side of it, which is a separate topic completely. You know, should we be using these old microphones, old oscillators, old filters, the exact ones? Or is it more about the kind of ideology, the utopies, what they were driving towards? But then again, this technical obstacles was a great deal of it, great part of it, which actually makes this piece the piece. So, or if you take in Cage's case, Tudor, as it was already said, David Tudor was kind of the pianist of Cage, as we all know. But then we look at the variation number 2, for example, in short. His version has been kind of criticized by these very much orthodox purists of Cage, as his version might have not followed exactly the precise rules as the score described it. So, again, you know, what is the historically informed performance? Whether we should kind of listen to Tudor and then try to copy him, or whether it's like we should only take the score as the source of the material, who knows, right? And then there are more things, like, for example, there are several pieces, like, for example, this variation 5, as you will see, the score, what was realized by Cage and his fellow musicians, he admits that the score was made after the performance. So actually, it was written down after the performance, it was published after the performance. This means that it's this kind of, not a prescriptive notation, if you will, but the descriptive notation. It describes what happened or how it was done, you know. It doesn't tell you really how you should do it, but rather it just rather describes how it was done. And it is quite obscure because after what we have learned, for example, with variation 5, we know that certain technical aspects didn't work actually in the original version. So would it be historically informed performers not to make them work or make them fail? So all these questions are raised up, and I think we are in a very interesting position, like rethinking what would be the right way to perform historical contemporary music, if I may say it so. So maybe to go on more specifically, let's hear Tarmo giving a little bit of background of this variation series, which is a quite obscure collection of scores, to be honest.
Yes, indeed. The series of variations, it's very good parts of Cage's output to investigate, and then it is all written mostly in 60s. That is very Cage, so that when he has developed his methods and also letting many things go and then exploring the role of the performer. Variations 1 is for solo piano. Variations 2 is similar with any number of performers. And then 3 and 4 are incorporating actions, so that there are things that you have to do that create sounds, and you use different systems how to organize the actions. Variation 5, as we said, is a bit different, so it is written after the performance. And in 6 and 7, he uses again a lot of technical means, but he is coming back to the methods of the first variations. And mostly what it is are transparent sheets, so that you have this kind of plastic or transparent sheet, and there's something on, some dots or circles, or in some pieces you have to cut out something and then drop something onto something else, and then you get some kind of aggregation, and then you have to somehow read some musically necessary parameters out of it. And variations 2 is this very clear example of it. This picture is not the score, but the score or the materials are 11 sheets, transparent sheets. 6 of them have lines, single lines, and 6 of them have single dots. And the instruction says that you should place them 5, the sheets are to be superimposed partially or wholly separated on a suitable surface. Drop perpendiculars from the points to the lines. And these lines are how far they are. Then they have to be used for frequency, amplitude, timbre, duration, starting point and duration. A starting point and how many sounds are in it.
So one cannot unnotice again the visual reference to, these sticks and coins, right? Or like tossing bones in certain cultures, right?
Especially similar to the yarrow sticks, and then seeing how many of them cross, right?
They were not thrown, they were like selected using a certain method.
Right.
Yes, but in some cultures, I believe they throw like bones, just that they would fall kind of randomly, semi-randomly, and then would give some answers, right?
So Cage says that these sheets are to be superimposed. And then the first question is, how? So should we build a nice small house with a smiley face out of it, these lines and dots? Why not? Or it's most likely to guess that it should be random, but the score says nothing about it. And actually it doesn't matter also so much. Since all of them, all 11.
At the same time?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so how it works? For next sound event, you have to do it again. But I will explain. You will in a minute. So let's say that this is our result, and then we take the dot 1, and we measure distance from line 1 in the right angle in 90 degrees.
Which is line
The
You-
closest one, for example.
You decide.
Let's say that the closest one.
This is not said in the score, so you have to decide how you number them. But you're right, yeah.
Dots are, have the same distance to the different lines, so which should I take?
Again, it's up to you. Cage doesn't tell it, so you have to find the system for yourself. And this distance, you have to somehow create rules that this 5 millimeters, you somehow convert to a frequency, and you get how high there. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
It's basically a kit. This score is basically a kit.
Yeah, to, in a way, writing a piece. And then you measure distance from the second line. Again, you should come up with a rule how you take this distance to amplitude, and so on with all the 6 lines. So you're... Yes, there we get in the next slide. Yeah. No, not necessarily. And this is another question, should we do it or should we do it not? And then this way you get the parameters of one sound object, one event. So you know how long it is, where it starts, intersection, how many notes you play in it, and what kind of timbre you use. But you have to come up with the rules how to convert these millimeters or inches or whatever to musical parameters. And indeed, as inspired by one article by Nicolas Knauf, I created a tool in processing like P5 environment. And here, as much as you can see, here are the parts for every play of Ensemble U. We played with Ensemble U. And then these dots and the lines are taken randomly by the computer. And the distance is calculated using some certain formulas. And now our process how to translate it to musical parameters is that this distance is taken as relative to the almost, a bit less than the width or height of the graph. And so it will be expressed from 0 to 1. So if it's very close, it will be close to 0, and if it's as far as possible, it will be close to 1. And then we map it to musical parameters.
So the advantage of that system we thought was that, or Tarmo actually did, was that you can have for each performance a new situation without, taking this hours of measuring the distances. So the machine does it for you, because we departed from the idea that this method is a certain aleatoric method of gaining numbers for the parameters of the sound. So that was our departing point here, how to interpret that.
And also it's kind of tool just to investigate the situation, because it's very clear that it depends drastically on what we decide for the rules. For example, how long is the time frame for one event? Or how long is, if we get result 1, what does it mean in seconds? Or in case of amplitude, our solution was that we defined some types of dynamics, and then it depends if it from 0 to 0.1 or something, then it would be pianissimo and so on. So changing some parameters, this tool allowed to just show in one quick look how the piece could sound. So these colors, one color is one player. And if the line is thicker, the sound is stronger, and if it's higher, the sound is higher.
But this graph is just showing the overall, because what we departure with is the left side, this kind of code. You read the code, the numbers, and this you apply to your, sound parameter.
Yes, so this was kind of a tool to work with it and making better decisions about the rules. But what we actually use is something like that, so we don't actually need the drawings. And on the page, if we generate, every player has this kind of page, and then we get their musical values. So the first note or the event will happen on second 6 and will last for 3 seconds, and has this kind of frequency, 70% of the range of the instrument, and this kind of dynamics and timbre, and how many notes are played in this sound event. So it's actually a very, very strict system. Tuning the parameters took a bit time, especially how long are the durations and the sections. And playing it's a very disciplined action. Now, one question is that, is it different if we actually took the sheets and took the time to measure it and then write it down? I don't know, what do you think?
There might be the first difference obviously is that there is a lot of more this kind of handy man's work, to be done. You invest much more time, like individually, in measuring all that. On the other hand, this would be one version, and that's it, And if you play it once, then you would actually somehow need another version, that it would be somehow like fresh or like unprepared in a way. So in that regard, this is new for us every time. We just get the data, and this is what we do. A disciplined action in time, like Feldman did with the projections. Projecting time, sounds in time, basically.
And what I think Cage has succeeded here well, that the system is complex enough. You cannot go to the stage and do something if you take at least seriously. You have to work with it. And the second is that it's, again, it's complex enough that you cannot actually predict. You cannot lead or guide the system too much. If you, okay, let's, well, you can do it many times. And okay, we want an energetic piece, always loud and also in high register. Most likely you will not get it. So that it's, our will is quite much detached from the music. And how it sounds, you can find out tomorrow.
But still, 4 out of 5 are mezzo forte. So, very typical student play.
Well, next time it's not. It just plays the seconds. It's not usual, but we can generate as many new materials as we want.
No, how we play is that we have a clock running which is synchronized, and then we just,
No, we have another place for performance with a centralized clock, so don't worry about that. No, not yet. Right, but then another very interesting case is Variations 5.
Nothing to do with Variations 2.
And variations, I think in this case, they mean that it's variation in performances, that every performance is different from another. Well, the backstory of this piece is that another big major failures of Cage, and in '64, Leonard Bernstein invited Cage that New York Philharmonic would play his music, and he had very ambitious idea to give Atlas Eclipticalis to the orchestra, where you actually have to use maps, and then again, using these maps, prepare your part. And then he had an idea, because first time it was a disaster in Germany when they tried it, because the musicians didn't take it seriously. And of course, it's very far what an orchestral musician was used to. And then he had a clever idea that let's have a huge mixer so that every single instrument of the orchestra runs into the mixer and separately.
Like microphone by microphone.
And then he can control every single channel of it, so that nothing can go very wrong. So he can always escape it. Yes. And they ordered this mixer that was never seen before from Bell's lab, and that Max Matthews, who was top electronic musician, designed this mixer, and it was not possible to reach 96 channels that Cage asked for, and they did but they did finish the mixer with 50 channels, with separate controls. And they prepared microphones for all the players. Yes. And then the players refused to put it on the violins and so on.
So another failure, right?
And then in the concert they said, it's whatever, and then played some pieces from other orchestral excerpts, and so it was a big disappointment for Cage. But he had this wonderful mixer. And then, after some time, he invited his friends and colleagues that there was a case, he was invited again to make a performance in New York, together with dancers, and of course it was Merce Cunningham Dance Company. And the idea of the Variations 5 is that the dancers, their movement is influencing or triggering sound. And instead of live instruments, he decided that the sound sources should be electronic. And he used tape recorders and radios and oscillators and amplified objects. Before, as Theodore mentioned, Cunningham and Cage worked separated, but here this is the first point where the movement actually has something to do with the sound, although the dancers don't know how exactly, and probably nobody else too. Anyway, in the performance team were, of course, David Tudor and James Tenney, and also from the big names, Robert Moog, the very famous synthesizer developer, was building special antennas that also are influenced by the movement.
So basically theremins, but like this kind of oversized theremins, like 2 meters high, kind of.
And Billy Kluver was one electronic technician who helped or who built system with photoelectric cells. So then when light lands on the cell, it gives some certain value, and if dancer passes the light stream, then it will trigger something. So quite a great idea. And when we read about the performance, the first performance, and the first sentence, it already brings some warm recognition with people who sometimes work with technique. Controlling the electronic equipment proved to be far more troublesome than had been anticipated. First, there were problems with Moog's sensors, and then so on, so that most of the time then they were in their venue rehearsing.
Trying to make it work.
Yes, yeah. And in the same time, Merce Cunningham was working very precisely with tiny movements of the bodies, and then this big mess was happening around. But they solved many of the problems, and the performance happened. And the reviews were very different. Some were actually enthusiastic about it. And then Cage and the company did 29 more shows with this equipment. So they were touring
on tour,
US, and then also coming to Europe to build this system up. And then this was the case. Now it was really the team who were close to Cage, and they made the performance happen. And after that, the score was written.
It is very similar to the situation what you have, for example, with Stockhausen, that Stockhausen had his group of musicians, right, performing his music. And if you take, for example, from about the same period of time, this kind of plus-minus scores, you read the instructions. Well, I have read the instructions quite, you know, like in detail several times. And there are like so many controversies in it that you realize that no, this was not done before the concert, I'm pretty sure. And again, from the descriptions, from the practical side, the descriptions are also very different from what is written in the score. So there is a very, very big mess around all that, and particularly about this variation 5, where they didn't even agree in some points whether these antennas were working or not, whereas Bohm was claiming that they worked fine, and the others said that they thought they were not working. So apparently it wasn't all very clear.
Anyway, if you are nowadays performer, like us, and you open this kind of score, and reading takes some time, so there is a lot of useful information, definitely. But then there are also paragraphs like about how to use the controls of a mixer, and what Cage writes here, as though there were a drawing of the controls available, and on a transcription from astronomical atlas, which, where it is superimposed, would give suggestions for use of controls.
Okay.
So, what do you do?
The answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And this is the point where we actually do need the historical background. And we in this article, James Tenney and Gage were trying, actually, they had an idea that let's use a map and transparent sheets, and let's prepare our way to play the controls. And then I don't remember who said that, do we need actually this chord? And other answered no. So they actually played live. So they actually improvised with controls of the mixer. But it gives hint that he's actually interested in some kind of distancing from the actions, so that if we use some similar system to the other variations, so that you take a measurement or some other system, that it's not that, oh, it's interesting, let's do it, that's louder. I think this is what Cage is after.
Yes, in that regard, I think these scores are not so different from so-called traditional scores. You need to know the context, you need to know the background, so if you will, the style. I don't want to call it the style, but rather aesthetics or ethics. And then I think this is what the main thing is about, you know, as he says, kus see laboratooriumi jutt oli, et vaata, me peaks neid nuppe keerama nagu laboratooriumis.
Yeah, this perform at control panels in the role of research workers.
Well, again, quite open, right? But this atlas, what he was referring to, this gives us already some ideas about, like it was in the variation 2, for example, that you might have some kind of like a source of data which is kind of aleatoric and which you could use at your will for changing the parameters. So you would kind of need to know his intentions or what would he expect from you from previous pieces, I would assume, and then do it. Another question is, well, I'm not totally sure that this variation 5, he even thought this could be done by anybody else later on, or was it even meant to be performed by somebody else? And the question could be also why even they bothered to make this score, because technically this was just impossibly complicated for that time. There was no chance whatsoever anybody could have replicated it, like seriously.
And on this page, seems that he tries to drive the reader, oh, God knows, but it can be that it's a little bit, it's made so open that it's partly almost like poem-like, or you have some kind of keywords with association, but not clear instruction, no clear meaning.
Yes, because in some cases he's very clear, very precise. And here, look at this score. He changes style, or he changes even method how the score is written, you know. He writes about some technical details, and then he writes, example gratia, kitchen sink, bad plumbing, you know. What is that, you know? What is variations 3, you know?
Should you start to plumb on the
No, obviously not, but you know, it's... So he even changes the style. He changes the way the score is written. It's kind of like a diary, if you will, rather than a score. Yeah.
So also in this case, it's a lot. The question is about how to recreate this piece, and there is enough useful information so that where to start from. And one nice one that one line in the score that is probably also a kind of reflection of a rehearsal process, that a question to be answered affirmatively: do sound flow through the system? If not, make changes that they do. So this is what we are trying to achieve tomorrow.
Yes, this is what we try to answer affirmatively tomorrow.
Just looking at this and finding this Billy Kluver's name, maybe this Variations 5 is so different, is that maybe it's one of the first exposures to actually technology with Cage, like in a situation where it's hands-on technology. And that's why it's perhaps written afterwards, the score, because this Variation 7 that he does in 9 Evenings of Theatre and Engineering, which is actually put together by Billy Kluver and the Bell Laboratories, is like a big sort of change in the electronic arts scene, where scientists and artists and of course Cage and Tudor like participate in a first multimedia performance, which is a year later, basically 1966. So maybe this could be one of the first exposures to kind of scientific thinking, approaching composition. And this is sort of like, because it seems like Moog and Kluver is included as technical aids, but later they are very central to organizing this. Kluver is also doing these experiments in arts and technology, this movement, which is sort of arts and like a multimedia, like an event. So I think also, later where Tudor actually starts his kind of solo thing, and so it's kind of maybe that could be one reason.
I absolutely agree. It was a start of something, and also that Cage, he was not so strong in technology, but he was able to find really top people, and they continued the collaboration and they developed something out of it. And it was partly definitely Cage's good intuition that there could be something in it. So all this mess was definitely worth to go through.
Yes. By this talk, we by no means would want to say that Cage's scores in some cases don't make sense. No, they do make sense always. I think he writes magnificent scores. maybe this one particularly we chose because two reasons. One is that it seems at that time technology seemed to Cage rather as a source of aleatoric procedures or source of aleatory, which you cannot control anyways, kind of thing. And the other thing is that it seems he had interest for like real-time experiments. Also that it wasn't never, or it wasn't always so dry or so predetermined. So that side of Cage too, I think it's very much worth investigating.
And also, I think that there are technology that also goes together with Cage's parametric thinking, thinking in different characteristics of the sound, and it's very easy and very clear to control it on a machine. So I think it is actually the same that is in his 30s with 12-tone pieces, or the proportions in the 50s or musical changes. So it's something that probably was promising for him.
So, yeah, so again, this historically informed performance question stays there, you know, particularly for these types of pieces where so many things are mixed, so many ideas, conceptions, tactics, technology. You know, we departed from the idea, we actually tried to get to this idea, what are these sensors and triggers for, and then we modified the technological solution a bit, but we tried to stay this kind of lo-fi, in lo-fi world still, you know, I mean, in our understanding lo-fi, that time high-tech. But I think it's still quite intriguing to keep the discussion up on this topic, because even if you think of this iconic piece of 433, there are two versions, as you know, printed from it, different ones. And one of those doesn't really state that you should stay silent. So if somebody who has no knowledge of this background, that it has been played with silence, would get this officially printed copy, it's just as a graphic drawn line with the timeline. It doesn't say that you have to stay behind the piano and lift the lead up by the you know, between the movements, so to say, how Tudor did it and how everybody kind of does it nowadays with piano. It doesn't say all that. So what if we played it as a noise piece, you know? I bet John Cage Foundation cannot really stop us to do that. So, and again, I think it's actually great, and it's not the fault of the score so much, but I think that as in many cases, Cage's scores are so rich that they provoke and then they engage us in so many discussions and in so many activities, thinking along, creating solutions, that this is, I guess, the core what he was aimed at. If anybody has any questions, then welcome. Deep words. If not, then aitäh, thank you, and it's coffee time.
no ära kelgi.
Nii, tere tulemast tagasi, welcome back. It has been a long day, thank you for being with us and staying with us. We would want to finish today's meeting with a small discussion about Estonian context. Et me tahaks nagu selle tänase päeva lõpetada ühe väikese diskussiooniga nagu Cage'ist ja Eesti kontekstist. And for that I've invited my teacher, Merike Vaitmaa, to join us today. Merike has been involved with writing about contemporary music, teaching contemporary music in Estonian Music Academy for many years, and I think she is the person to ask about the very first performances of Cage's music in Estonia, because we've talked about Cage today in the context where his music was born, and how it was received or what impact it might have had. But in Estonia, let's agree, culturally, it's we are very deep in the woods, and it's great. I personally like to be in woods, but even more in 60s and 70s, the situation, cultural situation, has been very drastically different from what it was in Western Europe and Northern America. So I thought that, well, we all know about the different conditions we had during the Soviet occupation time, whereas the materials were not available, not to talk about scores, recordings, anything what concerned contemporary music, and the resources what were there was just randomly gained, you know, from somebody abroad, or somebody copied it, or, you know, secretly smuggled in, or so on. So I think this adds another interesting layer to this discussion of Cage. What was the impact back then when these first pieces of Cage were performed here? And another thing, how it might have been received, because Cage coming much later to our music world, when maybe in Western Europe or in America, how did it might have influenced, or if even it ever influenced Estonian music scene, and maybe it did something else to it than it did to Western European new music circles. So ole hea, Merike.
Thanks. Hello. The title of my little paper is How We Learned to Like John Cage. Now I have to use a lot of my own memories, but I believe they are not only my personal memories, but typical to these years. Do you hear well? Yes. Thanks. Besides, all I discovered, I would try to share with my students during the course of music after the Second World War, which I had the course for 28 years. It was great to observe that someone in these young people had found something or someone new and likable for them. I supervised also a couple of their writings. So back to the main subject. By the way, Cage wasn't accepted in West Europe so many years earlier than by us. Cage showed up in Paris the first time in 1954, and most people thought he was a clown or charlatan. Then he came back in 1958, had lectures in Darmstadt. Then some composers started to think about what they had heard in Cage's lectures, namely Stockhausen, Boulez, Berio. The best of the European avant-garde. Berio invited him, the Cage, to Milano, where he had a chance to work in the electronic music studio, the first in Europe. So back to the main subject, to us. Already in the second half of the 50s, when I was a teenager starting to go to the high school, the newspaper called Norte Här, the voice of youth, yes, published regularly an anonymous column item of information fragments called Colorful Slips, kirjud veerud. In every couple of years, the name John Cage was mentioned there as an American composer who had written a piece of silence for 33, and with comments such as, it is A, sheer clonery, B, the author probably is not quite sane, 3, he represents the American imperialism and or degraded capitalism. So much about 50s. Oh.
Väga hea, on väga meelekas.
Oi, aga see tõesti oli, tüütuseni ilmus sama jutt, okei.
Kes seda kirjutas muideks?
Anonüümne. Maybe who write? Maybe they wrote it from Moscow papers. I don't know. In conservatory, my main. It is in 60s. Yeah. Oi, sorry. I know it's bad. My main professor of music history was Karl Leichter, who belonged yet to the old Estonian intelligentsia, having traveled in West Europe in the 1930s, and who knew excellently the European new music of the first half of the 20th century, especially that of the northern countries, Italian and French. Typical for him, he knew several languages, but being some 60 years already old, he started to learn by himself Italian language because the newspaper of Italian Communist Party called Unità was the only newspaper you could buy in Tallinn.
The foreign one.
Unità. It was not only about politics. There were culture columns too. For the same reason, the only thing you can book, only music magazine of contemporary music, was Polish Ruch Muzyczny when I was a student. So I had to learn some Polish, but it was easy on the base of Russian, which we had learned from kindergarten years almost. So in this Professor Karl Leichter mentioned the Cage's piece 433 once or twice, mentioned as a piece of complete silence. He obviously didn't like it very much, the idea, but he stayed clear of stupid comments. Then Professor Leo Normet, with whom I had courses of Russian and Soviet music, but we were chattering in lessons to small musicologist groups. We were chattering about many other things. He mentioned the 433 as a great joke, and he liked to laugh very loudly and a long time, every time, at his jokes and others too. You remember, yeah? So neither of my professors knew about Cage's concept of silence. Now, in the 60s, the festival Warsaw Autumn, Varssavi Sügis. It was a big event for the Estonian students. In 1964, 7 of our students, 4 musicologists, and 3 instrumentalists were lucky to travel to Warsaw via a youth travel organization, Sputnik. It was the name. We got the idea to make use of this Komsomol travel organization, got the idea from the Lithuanian music students. They had been in Warsaw already several times.
Just for the background for the foreigners, you couldn't travel to Western Europe. This was out of the question. So
yeah.
This was not possible. The only countries you could travel to if you were super lucky and if you had the possibility would have been this kind of socialist bloc, meaning Poland, for example.
But for us, it seemed another world.
Mm-hmm. This was a great foreign country.
There had been allowed to perform in concerts. Oh my gee. Then what their bookcases and bookshops included. Oh my gee. The art, it was another world. And it was more avant-garde than in many Western Europe countries. Poland had a French orientation. All the Polish students who wanted to learn abroad went to Paris. We couldn't. It was impossible to go to learn even in Warsaw, or Czech in the 60s. A very good translator of Swedish, Ulev Aloe. He had translated already many books from Swedish, Then he wanted to, and he had a diploma of Tartu University. He wanted to go to, for a half year or year, to Stockholm. He had an invitation. It took 2 years to get all the papers needed for the permission, but he went. He didn't translate a verse after the trip to Sweden, of course. So, also, why these 7 students? It was the first time. We had been active in the UTU, or Student Scientific Society, organized some concerts or lectures, music listening evenings. So we got the chance to go. But in 1964, when we went to Warsaw, John Cage was the guest composer of the Warsaw Autumn. It was the 8th Warsaw Autumn. He was present as a composer and pianist. 2 of his works, Music of Changes, with David Tudor and Fontana Mix. Katy Berberian, a fantastic mezzo-soprano. It was a tape. Then she had been participating in 2 earlier festivals. This time she was not there herself. But Cage was, and he was with the Merce Cunningham Dance Company. And the artist was there too. It was Robert Rauschenberg. A funny thing how we got in. Let history be silent about this, because we were in the own group with Lithuanians. There were 30 of them and 7 we Estonians. Our guide, we had tickets given for all the symphonic concerts and most of the chamber concerts. Then we had enough money to buy tickets from the late electronic music or chamber concerts, for which we hadn't been given the tickets before. Now, Pan Jerzy was a good guy, and he managed to get just 1 ticket for our group, 37 people. He made a lot. He made a lottery. And who win by the lottery? Thomas Velmet. So he got in as a right man. One Lithuanian guy went in as a right man. He had managed to buy an extra ticket at the entrance. There was a mass of people, of course. Yeah, the evening was in Warsaw Drama Theatre, not too big, with its hall. So how did we 6 other Estonians get in. I remember every single case, but we have not so many time, maybe. But we got in. Different ways, by the way. Because we gathered if we would try to get in as a mass. No way. I found a place to stand on the balcony quite close to the stage, and I saw everything brilliantly from there. I had not known the name of Merce Cunningham before. The performance was enchanting and strange, serious and funny. First, Merce Cunningham dancing. He was a wonder guy, pretty young then yet. He had legendary jumps, very high, very long. You can see some of them on YouTube. Then, what was curious, strange, for me, it was how the music and dance were not synchronized, but still somehow suited to each other. The movements of different dances were not synchronized either. I remember some attributes given to dancers, a broom, a long morning coat of chenille, but there was no logic in their use. Only years later, I learned that the dance movements were decided on the spot by way of chance operations, and John Cage took care of that too. He also played prepared piano in Four Hands with David Tudor in variations. The dance program with Cunningham included one of their famous numbers titled Antique Meat, with music of Concerto for Piano and Orchestra by Cage. You can see it on YouTube. Vimeo, they give to you. Sound quality is better than on YouTube. Now, performances in Estonia. You asked a couple of days ago, but Estonian interprets, no, they really didn't play, no one Cage then. I asked Thomas Velmet, who has better memory and better archive than me. I have. He controlled, and said he didn't find any on ours.
So the first one was Alexei Lyubimov.
Yeah, Alexei Lyubimov was the first. Now, who was Alexei Lyubimov? Not all of you may know. He was a pianist from Moscow, but what...
Still is, right? He still works.
Yeah. He teaches, plays in ensembles. He's only 8 years old.
Alexei Lyubimov is also very well known for his early music interpretations,
Yeah,
both on
I
harpsichord
have
and yes.
It's his first concert in Tallinn. He looked such a young guy then, and his program didn't include Cage in the very first time, but I hadn't known the name of his. But I was very, very surprised by the program announced. Moscow, pianist from Moscow used to play sonatas by Beethoven Appassionata and some other difficult sonatas, and Liszt rhapsodies mainly, very virtuose. All the Moscow pianists, violinists, and other were virtuosos. Now, in Lyubimov's first program in Tallinn, what was there? Bach, Toccata C-moll, Mozart, Sonata D-dur, Köchel 311, Schönberg, Suite, Opus 25, and after the intermission, Partita Opus 2, and Andrei Volkonsky, who emigrated in 4 years. The father of Peter Volkonsky.
So, Andrei Volkonsky was the one who started the first early music ensemble in Soviet Union, right?
No, Madrigal.
Madrigal,
So,
yeah.
he created the ensemble. His Musica Stricta, the first dodecaphonic work in Soviet Union, they say. And in the end, Debussy, 3 etudes and suite for piano. No Liszt, no Beethoven, difficult sonatas. Of course, I had to go, and the other pianists who had noticed that it's some strange program, and he was received very well. He was very good. He looked like Kripsuyoko, very slim, very fast. But what exactly, how precise in his musical text, and not at all dry, as you might think. A lot of physical power for volume, unbelievable. He looked like he can't play more than mezzo forte. Now, Lyubimov started to go to play cage too. He brought his friends, the percussion player Mark Pekarsky and his percussion ensemble.
What year was his first concert? Do you remember, or is it written just Lyubimov's in Tallinn?
The first concert?
Yeah. It's interesting to put it into some kind of like a timetable perspective.
The right
we talk about 60s here, right?
Piece of the program too. Here is only, but where it was.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's.
I give you later. Maybe I found it out.
No problem.
Yeah, Mark Pekarsky, and almost at the same time, the percussion ensembles Chromata from Sweden. They started to come almost every year. They performed a lot of cage. Now, I'm sure that it was Lyubimov who played as first the piece 433, but I couldn't find the right date. But it was him. I remember visually. I was sitting in Estonia Concert Hall, and it was Lyubimov who was playing. I already knew what's the concept of the piece. And I wrote down what was happening in the audience. The first minute, silence, well-behaving silence. 1:30, small rustles, someone's concert program, someone's wardrobe number, or a bunch of keys falling down quite undeliberately, like it happens. Small coughs, bigger coughs, of course. 2:30, whispering here and there, plus a couple of brief laughters. Naeruturtsatused, ma ei tea, kuidas see inglise keeles on. Then I'll only try to applaud. And from the third minute up to the end, steady, quiet hum of talking in the whole hall, like a nice aleatoric background, different tempi, not very loud, but already by voice, not whispering. And after the pianist bowed, stood up and bowed, he had ovations. I remember how the late composer Eino Tamberg laughed, but he didn't, he wasn't precise with the notes, musical text wasn't precise. Eino had watched the time, said he played shorter. It wasn't even 4 minutes. These years were the people interested in new music were busy to getting information. The library in conservatory was almost empty. There was a big shelves full of Tchaikovsky and Beethoven. No good books. There's a couple of exceptions, of course. And where we got the information? First, music. It happened some composer was allowed out in occasion of performance of his music abroad. They came back with musical technology, with LPs, later CDs, cassettes, sheet music sometimes, and they gave to their friends for copying everything they were asked. And then music magazines. Sometimes I was lucky to present a paper about Estonian new music somewhere outside Estonia and outside the Soviet Union even. Yeah, but it was only in the 1990s. When in Helsinki, Eero Tarasti organized a symposium of Baltic music and concerts. 2 music editors and music writers from Köln were on the spot. They had come deliberately. They were publishing a music magazine called Musiktexte, a very good magazine of contemporary music. They came to speak to me after my paper there, and Reinhard Oerschlegel and Gisela Gronermeyer. Reinhard is dead by now, I am sorry to say. He asked what themes, what subjects are musicologists in Estonia working on? I said, we have so few of musicologists. Most are working on the history of Estonian music. Some crazy people try to get information about new music. But Reinhard Oerschlegel asks Walter, is anyone working on John Cage? I said, no, I am sure it had not been allowed earlier. But in 1990 we had no materials, no info. So no one. Why? But he said, what a pity. He is a great thinker, great thinker. He didn't say great composer, but a great thinker. Oh. So I started to read Cage's texts where I found, the same couple from Cologne, Köln, sent me a pack of the magazines who had been left from earlier years. There was coming a Cage double number to his jubilee in 2002, yes? Then I asked the already, please send me these two. They had forgotten, they had told me about Cage in an interesting way. Then in London I had a pack of the magazine Contact. One of the publishers, Keith Potter, a very good writer on new music and teacher. I started to read Cage and I fall in love with his paradoxes. In the middle of the 1990s, we already had a right to book music directly from the conservatory and even from library. You could book, if you had Ilvi Raunas, the chair of library, leader, juhataja, her signature, you could book anything. And if you traveled to somewhere, you could take with you money from conservatory and buy CDs, books, what else, for our library, which I did every time. when I was lucky to go somewhere. Only then what was left, I started to buy for myself. And in the middle of the 90s, I got to Silence for, which is said to be the best of Cage's books. I agree. I have read others too, but I love Silence. You can open it every time, anywhere, randomly. No matter. No one reads it from the beginning to the end, like a Bible. Oh yeah, someone said, but I lost this place where this was written, that Steve Reich and Philip Glass hold Cage's Silence for their Bible. Now, I would end my thoughts with a quotation from this magazine in 1992 on case of Cage's seventh birthday. It was a Cage number. Oh yeah, here it is, the same. I have taken the right number. There was an interview with him made by the composer Stephen Montague, composer, journalist, electronic music specialist, who has been in Tallinn too with the ensemble Sing Circle from London. And the last question in this interview, this is your 70th year, the beginning of a new decade for you. Your lifestyle and the macrobiotic diet seem to agree with you. You're in good health and seem very fit. Cage answers, I am gradually learning how to take care of myself. It has taken a long time, but it seems to me that when I die, I'll be in perfect condition. A good thought. I agree completely with him. I hope you do too. That's all.
Aitäh. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask maybe a question, and maybe then somebody in the hall has a questions or comments. If I may jump back to these very beginnings, you mentioned this Warsaw Autumn Festival and how the students smuggled themselves into the concert. As far as I remember, was it the same year or the year, couple years after Arvo Pärt, Kuldar Sink were there, right?
Yeah, I forgot to say I lost place. From then, every year, students groups from Tallinn went to Warsaw Autumn, and already not 7, but 25, 30, 35 students, sometimes the teachers or other composers with them too. The next year, 1964, Arvo Pärt went there. His Perpetuum mobile was performed, but he couldn't go as a composer, as an author. But he belonged to the student group. Also Kuldar Sink, who never studied in Tallinn Conservatory. The conductor, Arvo Ratas, the pianist, Heljo Sepp, all in, yeah, all in student group, and we got very well. And from then, every year, the groups went to Warsaw from Tallinn. It's up to the beginning of 90s, yes. Then already everyone, the traveling was easier, Estonia was independent again. One year was exception, the 1980, when Polish people were busy with Solidarność. Do you remember that it was a movement which started the freedom process in Poland? The movement of workers from north of Poland, actually.
So, I think there was one event dedicated to this Warsaw Autumn Festival, I remember in Kloostri Ait once, and I think it was you reading some notes from Arvo Pärt, which were, or somebody showed the notebook of Arvo Pärt with some like notes which I found super interesting, and I think the prepared piano thing with Arvo Pärt comes from Cage, right?
I gave the booklet with notices of Arvo to the Arvo Pärt Center. Of course it was interesting. Pärt can talk interesting things until today.
So he got the idea of preparing the piano from Cage, or it's clearly so? No?
Cage was not in this year. Cage was in 64, and Perpetuum mobile is a big group with Pärt and Zink and Eliosep. This was next year, 65. About the Kloostri Ait event, I was going to talk about the Warsaw Autumns and its meaning, its impact and to which Estonian composers, but it was Immo Mihkelson, a fan of Arvo Pärt, who made it a personal evening about Pärt. Of course, I was wrong with some dates. My memory has never had the right place for dates. I lose them all the time.
Yeah. But then there is this famous event. I think you attended, right? When the violin got into fire.
The performances.
Yes.
The Cage's ideas about, Flutus ideas, happening performance, they came to Estonia not directly from Cage and America, but through Europe, through Warsaw Autumn.
Was it Velmet who introduced it?
At once. Then the students of the Art Institute, how ECCA was then called, participated in the organizing and in the evening. We had many events together, and I got friendly with Tõnis Vidzenno-Otsing, Tiiu Pallo. I knew Aili Vint from when I was a kid, and she too, younger of me. So we did many things together, and then I'm not sure who had as first the idea of let's make a happening, we called it at the beginning. It was no happening because there were rehearsals, many of them, and costumes and lighting, and on the stage, so to say, it was in the school of on the Raua Street. I have forgotten how this school is called today. It was 21st secondary school. Then, yeah. Uh-huh. In this school, they were kind to let the students in. There were episodes, stage episodes with costumes, I said, and rehearsals. The musicians, mainly the trio Valdemar Velmet, Kärmas, made music. When there was needed an event in the end where the art students wanted the big noise. All the Estonian students who were on the spot were making noise in the grand piano on the strings of piano. So I participated in making noise too. Thank you. Yeah.
And Arvo Pärt was there also.
Arvo Pärt and Kuldar Singh were in the audience. It was students even, then the first of the performances. They said afterwards, yeah, you could have made more precise plans for the evening. They were right, of course. It was Arvo who said it. Then some really happenings were made in conservatory by such a trio of student composers as Rauno Remme, may he have a nice son, whatever, wherever. Rauno Remme, one of my favorite students, then Erik Semlek, and the third was Thomas Trass, who is mostly an organist and very rarely a good organist, who very rarely, organ teacher, very rarely wrote music after his studies. They made a couple of performances in a very small circle in conservatory. And there was the famous public performance in the Kirjanike Maja house of the literates, in the writer's house, yes. Famous, no? Ill-famous. There was action on stage with some balloons, with a violin, some other colorful things, and candles. It was a live fire on the stage, candles. Now, there was a scene where Pärt and I think it was Kuldar Singh, but maybe Velmet too. They had an episode called "The Violinist Play, Let's Help It." And
violin sick or no, violin, mis selle viiliga on, et mis tal on?
on haige.
Oh, it's
It's sick. Yeah. Violin is sick, let's try to help it. And they, the stage was not very brightly lightened. And they took this violin to candles to look what's wrong with it, why it is sick. Yeah, they had masks, the medical masks on. It was very serious action. But then they, with the violin, it was a cheap factory violin, such you shouldn't make at all. They were in Tallinn Kaubamaja on shelves together with, children's toys and boots and whatever. Shelves of violins. It was brought from there, the violin. But they had no ill intention with it. So they looked with a candle. And then there was guirlands, confettis from the confettis from above. One of the confettis fell in the fire, the candle, and the violin being very close to the fire caught fire too. That's all. That's what they maintained, and I believe them. But after, it was put off in minutes. Only the nasty smell smell of the lacquer is pretty nasty. But the participants of the evenings, Arvo Pärt, Toomas Vilmet, yet some of them, had to make visits to the rector of conservatory, the violinist Vladimir Alumäe then.
So it was a big trouble.
Yeah, it was a big trouble, really. And some were high, I don't remember exactly, no matter. So nothing drastic happened. No one was sent out.
Yeah, great. Does anybody have any questions or comments about that? What Merike told us, these stories and the background?
Was I talking about the events you remember, you know well already? So please, your position from later events, because it was asked for to Cage. After these events, it was in Estonia. It was an empty ground before the ensemble came. You didn't believe, but it was so.
But Nüüd Ensemble maybe played something.
Hey, Nüüd Ensemble didn't play.
Okay.
I looked through all the programs. I had all of them because I wrote most of the sleep texts. But
so this must mean that beginning of 2000s was the time when we started, and then it. Okay, so basically, if we look at this Estonian situation, then we are deep in the woods, honestly. We had this maybe first impacts from the 60s, from Warsaw Autumn, then some experiments of the students, some small impacts here and there, and then silence. So what I felt when we started to play Cage's music with U Ensemble was that everybody knew Cage somehow. Like everybody said, oh yeah, Cage, I know, this is this happening thing, performance thing, and silence, obviously, this 433. But nobody knew in detail. It was like, yeah, there is this Cage guy, and you know, I know what he does, kind of attitude, but not specifically about detail in music or something.
Yeah, where this attitude came from books, I think from conservatory. I dedicated to Cage every year something. Of course, it wasn't enough. Nothing gets enough time in universities, academies, conservatories. Only thing a teacher can do to give some directions here and there when those who want to go somewhere can choose their own direction. It sounded almost like Cage. Sometimes we performed 4:33 in lecture. Not all 4:33, not no minute, but they liked it. I too.
That's great. Does anybody have any? Oh yeah, Paul.
I'm curious, when you were doing these performances, did it feel dangerous? Did it feel serious? Or did it feel funny?
Which performances?
Any of these performances, this Japanese that you organized, was it fun? Did you feel dangerous? Or did you feel
No dangerous.
More like a joke.
It was fun. It was the joy to do something differently from the everyday studies of painting or playing piano, whatever.
So it was sort of the rebellion or something like a...
No rebellion even.
It was just fun, kind of fun.
Just fun. When everywhere in the world such things are done in festivals, can't we do the same, the similar? It was no protest, direct protest. It was the events, the maybe hidden narratives when completely apolitical, no politics.
Veel küsimusi või kommentaare? Or questions or commentary?
Everyone had enough from politics, as many of us have right now again. I do.
Aitäh. But if there are no comments, kui ei ole rohkem kommentaare või küsimusi, I would like to give a big applause to Merike, who has given such a great direction, I would say, for so many students to go towards Cage and encouraged and introduce us Cage's music. Me among them, so I'm very grateful for your teaching. Thank you very much.
Thank you for organizing this event. must say there's all the not many questions that came from the audience were very good. Thank you for catching. I am quite sincere. I think it.
Aitäh! Thank you. So tomorrow morning, 10:30, coffee time, and then some more lectures. Welcome.